release me from my winter hell. I've got candles and candy, I can be your daddy if you only let me creep into your prison cell. Hey baby, can you tell I'm not a criminal? Your choice is seminal. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. Just speak low, stand in your row, try not to show this life's a show. Try not to glow way down below. It's a lot of woe, and that's not a place where you would like to go. I've got cigarettes and brandy, which could come in handy if you just help me loosen up my hand grenades fuse. Baby, don't refuse my truth, but it's up to you now to choose. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true, 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 true,
Hi, you guys. Good morning. How are you? I hope everybody's having a great day, a great morning. Sorry I'm late. I just poor time management, and I apologize. And I don't like to do that to you guys. Good morning, Chicken Lady. Good morning, Karen. Good morning, Miss Holly J. Good morning, Struggle is Real. Absolutely. Justice for Athena. Good morning, Jenny. Good morning, Jonah's mom and Jonah. Good morning, Nicole Be Cool. Good morning, Melissa. Let's see. Want to miss anybody? I think I got everyone. Good morning, everyone. All right. So I'm ready to get started. I hope you guys are ready to get started. I need to go back and clip yesterday's testimony where Mac decided to speak just because I think it's funny. I don't know what I'm going to use it for or how I'm going to use it, but I just think it's funny because I was telling my husband about it last night and I showed it to him and he was laughing. So yeah, it is like we're taking attendance a little bit. I like to say good morning to you guys. Oh, that's right. Jonah's at the vet, you guys. Everybody, fingers crossed. Jonah's getting the big snip, but he'll be a much happier and healthier pupster for it. Hey, Pointer Lover, good to see you, babe. And I forgot about that. I'm sorry, Jonah's mom, but we're all sending Jonah the good juju, the best juju, all the juju. Yes, for sweet Jonah. Okay, so this morning we are going to start out with 2 civilian witnesses. One of them, the first one, is a neighbor of Tanner's and her son and Tanner rode the school bus together. And then the second one is an acquaintance of Tanner from around 2012, 2013. He only wants to go by the letter J. Don't blame him. And he knew Tanner way back when, and he's going to talk about that. Pointer Lover celebrates 28 months of memberships. Thank you, membership. Thank you so much, Pointer Lover. I appreciate it so much. Thank you for supporting me and the channel. I greatly appreciate that. Hey, Shauna. Hey, Sarah. Good to see you. Yes, go out and come back, babe. We're not spinning, I don't think. Hold on, let me look. Oh, it is spinning. Hold on a second. It's not anymore. Okay, good. Okay, so we're good. I need to fix something over here at my house, but I'll do that in a minute. Anyway, that is what is on the agenda at this point. Now, I'm going to Law and Crime because once again, we have a terrible audio day. And so it's going to be very difficult to hear the witnesses. And that's why I have decided that we'll just use Law and Crime, because using the pool feed, which is Fox 4 DFW, they don't have closed captions, and that's a problem. So everything's ready to go. We'll get started and get right into it. Also, the judge, bless his heart, Judge Gallagher, did not bring a Ludens, a Ricola, a Sucrets, nothing, nothing, not a Halls, nothing. He's still got the coughs. And his mic works fantastic. So there's that. Love that for us. So there you go.
All right, counsel, the witnesses told me that she does have a hearing disability, but she would like to start out seeing if she can hear y'all from the tables. And if she can't, just come forward like you did before with the previous witness and make sure you stand where the jury can see her.
Yes,
okay? All right, both sides ready for the jury?
Ready, Your Honor.
Okay. You do not have to stand up. You sit down. Okay?
Also, I would like the record to reflect that I'm still floored by the part of the Dr. Fritz's testimony, the language and speech pathologist who testified yesterday for the defense, that Tanner called Athena a bitch. I mean, she's 7. What in the actual F? And if that, again, there's no way to get over, there's no mitigating evidence or circumstances that I believe will be presented that is going to move the jury from the death penalty if they do vote for life without the possibility of parole. I don't think that that their reason behind it, well, I guess they would have to. So they're bound by the law, okay, to answer 2 questions. One is if the person is a continued ongoing threat to society. And then the second one is whether or not there were mitigating circumstances that would make life without the possibility of parole a better punishment than the death penalty. So I think legally, I don't believe that there's going to be any mitigating circumstances that they're going to present that's going to move this jury off of the death penalty. That's just what I think. And I also want you guys to know that particularly with the second witness we're going to see today, these people don't want to be here. And I was thinking about, like, how did the defense get a hold of these witnesses. And the only conclusion that I can come to is Tanner Horner himself. These people from his past, other than like the people that worked at the schools, okay? These other witnesses, these people, I believe Tanner had to give his defense team these people's names. And what's sad about it is he doesn't, like, this is who he is as a person. He doesn't, again, have any remorse. He doesn't think about anybody except for himself. Because if he did, he would not be bringing these lay witnesses in to speak for him when they don't want to be there. You know what I mean? He doesn't care how this impacts them. Can you imagine what it would have been like to know somebody in 2012, 2013, and they were in their like late teens, early 20s at that point, and you hung around with them at a bar and listened to their music or played music with them, were in a band with them, whatever, or were friends of the band, however it happened, right? And then in 2022, 10 years later, you see the news. First you see the news that Athena is missing. Then you see the update that Athena has been found and Tanner Horner has been charged with her murder. And then you read that he's claiming that he backed his FedEx truck into her and hit her and took her into the van and killed her. So these people don't want to be there. He doesn't give a rat's fat kneecap how this impacts these people that knew him 7 years ago. Bring him in. Anything to get me off death row. They're embarrassed to be here under these circumstances, I can assure you. You can tell. The fact that none of them want to be unblurred, that they don't want their last names out there publicly. I mean, it's in the court. It'll be in the court record, but because it has to be. That's how it works. But for the public, they're humiliated and embarrassed and they don't want to be here. I feel badly for them. I don't feel anything for Horner at all, but I do feel for these people. All right, so let's get started for real.
All right, everyone may be seated. Good morning. I apologize for the delay, but we are ready to get started. This witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Goebel.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Now I'm going to refer to you as Michelle for the purpose of this hearing. Is that okay? Mm-hmm. So, Michelle, how do you know Tanner Horner?
I know Tanner. We lived in the neighborhood. I believe it was in 2001, and my son was friends with Tanner.
Are they close in age?
Yes, sir. My son's older than Tanner, like a year.
Okay. And was your son and Tanner similar in other ways besides their age?
Yes, sir.
And how was that?
They both have Asperger's, and they were both bullied a lot in the neighborhood. We lived in a neighborhood that was kind of bad. I didn't know it was bad when I moved in there, but we found out real quick. I drove my kids to school, my children to school every single day. And but sometimes I had to work later, and my son would ride the bus. And when my son would ride the bus, Tanner rode the bus also. And sometimes Tanner got locked out of his house when he was just a little boy. My son was probably 11 when we moved in the neighborhood, and so that would make Tanner 9.
So let's let's start by backing up on the bullying. You said that they were both bullied, or just Tanner?
No, they were both bullied.
And who was doing that?
There was some neighborhood boys in the neighborhood. There was like 3, and then those 3 had a couple other ones that were older. There were like 2 older ones, and then the 3 boys, they had 2 older ones, and then they had one that was, I think, younger than Tanner, I think.
And what do you mean by bully?
They would beat them up.
Like physically?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the injuries?
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever try to intervene?
Mm-hmm. All
Okay,
the time.
could you say yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're fine.
Yes,
Sorry,
sir.
Anna.
Yes, sir.
So, how did you try to intervene?
Well, one day when my son saw Tanner sitting on the porch, and my son said, "Mama, I have to go down there and save Tanner." And I said, "Okay." He went down there.
Did y'all object to hearsay? What
Or-
somebody else told her?
Go ahead. You can say it. Go ahead.
My son came home and said, "Mama, I have to go down there and save Tanner." And I said, "Okay." And so my son ran down there to save Tanner, and then my son ran home and said, "Mama, they're after me, they're after me." And I said, "Who?" And then so those boys came to my house, and they came to my door. And that one mean boy had on the ball cap, and his ball cap was on my head right here. And I said, "You're going to have to go through me before you get to my boy." And I said, and I did say this, I said, "Bad boys, bad," because they were all 3. I said, bad boys, what you going to do when they come for you?" And I dialed 911. And the police came, and all them boys, and I think the little boy he was probably 9 years old, and they were all getting arrested at that time. And that was, I don't know what year or anything like that, but
Let's
then-
keep it question and
let's-
answer.
Slow down for just a second here. Well, let's. Can you? I want you to jump forward a little bit on those 3 particular boys. Besides calling the police, was there other ways that you ended up kind of intervening in their lives?
Mm-hmm. Well, those boys had a bad upbringing. They were very poor. And I made friends with them because their living situation was real, real bad. And so I walked a lot in the neighborhood. And I
Let
made,
me go ahead and get to the question.
but I walked by where those boys lived.
Sure.
And so that's how I knew that they had a bad neighborhood, and I made friends with the mom and the daddy. And I told those boys that if they needed a place to stay in the winter, in the rain, that they could come stay at my house. And so I made friends with them.
And why would they have needed a place to stay?
They lived in the tent in the yard. And
Did you ever take anything to them?
I took clothes for my son.
Now let's go back to Tanner for a second. You talked about Tanner being locked out of his house. How often did you see that?
A lot.
So he would come home from school and he just couldn't get in.
Mm-hmm.
So did your son play with him outside? What did they do?
No. Sometimes Tanner would come over, and I'd give him snack, and then Grandma would get home, and then he would go home.
Now, do you know why no one would have been home when he came home?
Grandma was working.
She worked a lot?
Well, she had to. She was the only one that I knew of that was taking care of Tanner and the little boy.
Did you get to know her?
I met her a few times. I was very, very busy. And when I met her a couple times.
Do you know who else lived with Tanner?
His little brother and his grandpa.
And, well, you talked about the little brother. Did you ever see Tanner with his little brother?
Some. He
And-
wagged him around some.
He was what, dragging him around? Is it just like a typical older brother thing, or? And how did you see him treating his brother?
He was kind to his brother.
Do you know if Tanner had his own room in the house?
He had a room, but it wasn't his room. It was his mom's room, but she wasn't there. But then when she came home, he was maybe 13, 14 years old. She had been gone that long. And he had to share it with the little boy. And then when the mama came home, he had to go live out in the shed. And my son was down there helping him clean it up. And my son came home and said, Mama, it's terrible. I can't do it. Because my son has Asperger's also, and they have to have structure. And my house was structured for my son, and when my son saw that, they go like this. I can't do it, Mama, I can't do it. Will you help us? And I said, I can't. I don't have time, Dave. I don't have time to help do that. That when they're in a bad structure and it's not lined out for them, or if something changed, for instance, if you...
Okay, let's keep this question and answer.
Okay. So, can you talk about your son having Asperger's and Tanner being different to you? What were some of the other things you noticed about Tanner that made you think he was neuroatypical?
Tanner wasn't as mature. He was more younger than his age.
Now, eventually, so the whole time you knew him, was it always that way? He didn't
Yes, sir.
mature? Did that lack of maturity and the living situation eventually put a strain on his friendship with your son?
Yes, sir.
Did they stop hanging out?
That wasn't what happened.
Okay, tell me.
My son was bullied so much at school that in 7th grade, 8th grade, he was in the alternative school quite a bit. And he liked it in the alternative school because he was like the only one, and there was only like 2 or 3 people, and he made really good grades, and he did really good.
Mm-hmm.
So I took my son out of the public school and put my son in a Christian school. And so then he wasn't around Tanner as much because then he made different friends.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did Tanner have a lot of friends?
Mm-mm. Oh, no, sir, I'm sorry.
And was there a time when Jackie had suggested that the boys have a joint birthday party?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me about that?
Mm-hmm. Because Tanner didn't have very many friends, and my son was his friend. And Jackie noticed that we were loving on Tanner, and she found out that they had the same birthday. Tanner's is one day before my son's, but my son was in 89. And she worked where she could make cakes. And so I let my son, and we had a birthday party down at Tanner's house for them. I don't remember the year or how old they were.
How'd the party go?
It was nice.
Did you ever see Tanner with a girlfriend?
Tanner had his first girlfriend. I don't remember how old, and I'm not going to mention her names, but he was so excited, and he brought her to meet me.
Did he?
He was happy.
Sweet. What about
Yeah, that's sweet. Attorney Goebel. That's real sweet. You know what's not sweet? The fact that Athena will never have that. There's a lot of firsts that she'll never have because Tanner Horner, your client, robbed her, stole those from her.
music? Did you see Tanner develop an interest in music?
They liked Christian rock.
Uh-huh.
There's different types of Christian music, and they liked the more hard rock Christian music.
So you say they, you mean Tanner?
My
and
son and
So
Tanner.
they both kind of had this musical
Mhm.
interest.
And then Tanner got a guitar and he played the drums.
Yeah.
And so my son eventually would go down there and in the shed, and my son wanted a guitar, so I got my son a guitar. And then there was these big boys, older boys than Tanner and Herman.
You're all right.
Okay, just a little.
And they ransacked and stole their guitars and broke into my son's house, our house, and stole my son's guitars. A guitar.
Did you talk about kind of the ways that your son and Tanner might behave differently? Did you ever see Tanner act out?
I never saw Tanner act out.
And you had mentioned Tanner's mother maybe moving back in. Did Tanner ever mention his mother to you?
Yeah.
Did he say he missed her? Or
He missed
was
his
mad at her?
mama. He wanted his mama.
And what, as a mother of a child with Asperger's, what are some of the difficulties that you had to deal
Oh,
with?
gosh. Like I said, okay, may I give a for instance, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if you told them, we're going to go have pizza after school, and that's what they think about all day long. We're going to go have this pizza, okay? You pick them up from school, and you say, well, we can't go have pizza. We're going to go have a hamburger. I don't want a hamburger. I want pizza. You said we were going to have pizza. Lady, we're going to have a hamburger. We've been invited. I don't want to go. I'm not going. I'm not going. I'm not going. And then the aggravation, like 100 times. If you, a normal person, changed the plans, it would be, okay. But they've been thinking about that pizza all day long. And you cannot change their routine like that. You can't change it. If you say,
Okay. Now you talked about your son actually did better in the alternative class.
Mhm.
Were there resources
Yes, sir.
that were helpful for him to succeed?
yes, sir.
What kind of things would help?
Just being in that environment, the smaller environment, where there was only 2 or 3 children in that environment, it was, they have a very hard time in a big setting. It's very hard for them. It's hard for them to comprehend.
Now listen, ma'am, please don't make me be this person. You're not really making me be this person. It's a choice I've made. But I don't want to be this person, but I'm going to have to be this person right now because it needs to be said. While I appreciate the fact that you don't want to be here and that your son has Asperger's and you believe that Tanner, well, I mean, at one point, Tanner was diagnosed with Asperger's. So, okay. So you feel that they had that in common, and that's likely why you were called, right? Not to testify. Fact of the matter is, and I appreciate the difficulty that raising a child on the spectrum must be. I don't have personal experience, but you're here to talk about Tanner. And quite frankly, everything that you've talked about, as sad as it is, the bullying, not being able to get into the house right away after school because his Mimi was at work, all that stuff, that's pretty typical childhood. Every kid that I know at one time has been picked on. How maybe some people they get picked, and I'm not saying it's okay, it's just part of life though. I got picked on, kids that my kids got picked on once in a while. It is what it is, part of childhood. And hey Brandy Kate, nobody rests. Well, I'm talking about not last week, the week before that, the state rested. We've been on the defense for all of last week, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and now we're on them. They're still presenting their case. So, it's just I don't understand the purpose for this. And to be quite honest with you, these types of witnesses, to be quite honest with you, the jury, I think every time you bring in a witness like this, a civilian witness, to give some type of pity party for Tanner Horner, look, there are people who have grown up in some of the most abhorrent circumstances, and they don't do this. They don't commit crimes. They don't commit violent crimes, and they don't commit violent crimes against children. Okay? So every witness that you bring in like this defense is just pissing the jury off more. They're not going to find this mitigating.
A big group, my son that was the only time my son had a birthday party with somebody else. That was his birthday. He's not having a birthday party with anyone. My dad and my nephew's birthday is in August. He did not even want to have his birthday with his grandpa or his nephew. It was his party. It was his day.
I want to ask you a question about you. Have you been involved in prison ministry?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me about that, please?
I did prison ministry just with the women, Tarrant County, for 5 years. And street ministry and homeless ministry also. I'm still doing homeless ministry and street ministry to this day. We can't be conformed to the world. We have to have a renewing of your mind. You can't be conformed to the world. You have to transform your mind into God. And if you let God transform your mind, then things can be better. And if people just have to know that Jesus can change your world, Jesus can change your mind, and Jesus can make things better. He can. And he will, if you let him. If you let him in, he will. And he can.
Amen.
I'm going to look at my notes here real quick.
I even let
Okay, hang on. Let
Hold
me
on
ask
one
a
second.
question.
Yeah, you got to get a hold to your witness here, counselor. Like, this is out of control. All right. I know that the judge probably didn't stop her in the middle of her speechifying, as it were, but you got to get a hold to your witness. All right, Coffee and Skeletons. Good morning, by the way. Who says, who is this woman? So this is a person who was a neighbor of Tanner's. Her son and Tanner played together back in like 2001, 2002. That's who this is.
One second, Michelle. Get it done. Here, and I'll pass the witness. Thank you, Michelle.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, let me just ask you talked a little bit about your son. How's your son now?
My son now is maturing more now than he ever has. He had an upset a year and a half ago, and it was a death in the family, and it just took him down hard. There was no communication between he and I. If you say one wrong word, it blocks the communication. But my son is older, and he's more mature now. He has 2 children he has to take care of. And they're great children. My grandson plays 3 instruments. My granddaughter is an excellent drawer. She can draw and paint. My son his wife works and he stays home and has taken care of the children their entire life.
So, wife works, he's married and got 2 kids.
Yes, sir.
So basically, to sum it all up, the absolute, complete, and total antithesis of Tanner Horner. Thank you for that.
When's the last time you saw Tanner Horner?
We moved out of the neighborhood in 2011, or probably 2011.
So that's
15 years.
15 years ago, that's the last time you saw him?
Yes. No, that's not true. I saw Tanner one day at the gas station, and he came up to me, and he was like, hi, do you remember me? Kind of like a little kid would. And I said, of course, Tanner, I remember you.
So other than that, you haven't had any contact with him in the last 15 years?
Correct, sir.
That's the witness.
Redirect.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May she be finally excused?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah, please finally excuse her. Listen, I'm sure this woman is sweet. I'm sure that her heart's in the right place and all of the things. And I ain't finna knock her religion because, I don't do that. But at the end of the day, if it was good to let it go because she was not going to help your client. And there's nobody that you're going to put on the stand that's going to help your client. But I'm telling you right now, you keep on trotting these people up here that are lay people to talk about Tanner Horner's poor childhood. You're just pissing me, the chat, and the jurors off. Okay? For real, you are. Because Athena doesn't have a childhood because of your client.
Thank you, ma'am. Is your next witness here?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay.
Also, good morning, ATS News. Good to see you, babe. But even with the death penalty, he's going to live for a while. His appeals have to be exhausted. And even if he decides at some point, because his appeals will be automatic, and even if he decided on day 30 of the appeals process, right, and he's or 30 days into his prison sentence, and he says, you know what, I don't want to appeal. There's a whole set of, there's then hearings and evaluations, et cetera, that have to be done to stop the appeals process. So it's not like, you know, he's going to get, if the jury gives him the death sentence or the death penalty, it's not like they're going to take him into a room in 24 hours and he's going to get the death penalty. He's going to have years on death row. And in those years, he's going to be appealing his sentence, number one. Number two, the Texas taxpayers are footing that bill. Number three, when all of those appeals at the state level are exhausted, and let's say he takes it to the Supreme Court and they don't overturn the conviction or commute the sentence, his conviction's not going to be overturned. He pled guilty. If the state Supreme Court doesn't commute his sentence to life without the possibility of parole, and he's exhausted all of his appeals, he will get a death date. And it's not like it's the next day. So, oh God, who was it that she just got her death date? And they gave it to her at the beginning of January of 2026, and they didn't schedule it until November of 2026. Her name is on the tip of my tongue. I'll look it up real quick, and then I'll tell you guys at the next break. But the bottom line is, she knows when she's going to be executed. She has 11 months to set things right, to say what she needs to say, to figure out what she's even going to have for her last damn ass meal. I mean, there's restrictions on it, but it's still a choice that they didn't give their victim. Thank you, Jonah's mom. Chris, that's right. Krista Pike. Thank you.
Come in. Good morning. We'll put those down. If you'd raise your right hand for me. I solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Okay, just have a seat. Be careful. That chair's kind of, it's county issued, so be careful, okay? Okay. There's a rule of evidence in effect that says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying. And once you have testified, don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay? Don't be nervous. You'll do just fine, okay? All right, Mr. Coble.
Your Honor, we have first.
Oh,
We have first witness.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. And will this be your witness?
Yes, Your
I'm sorry.
Well, thank you, Miss Holly J, for becoming a member. I appreciate that. Welcome to the ward. I appreciate that so much. Hold on a second. Different states handle the final meal differently. There is a YouTube channel that covered this. They have some states it's done in-house, meaning it's the prison chef, which is usually another prisoner, handles the order for the death row inmates, and they're given a budget, and that's how they do it. There used to be there used to be a website that you could go to that gave a list of not just every prisoner ever in the history of, capital punishment, but more like infamous, well-known people who, well-known cases, well-known killers who were executed and what their last meal was. But yeah, let me find out what's going on, exactly how Texas does it. All right. And I'll tell you guys at break. All right, here we go.
Good morning.
Morning.
You doing okay?
I'm just very nervous about being here, and I'm just very nervous right now.
Well, I'm going to try not to take up too much of your time. As you know, we are not using your real name today, and you've asked to be called Jay, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Jay, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about your relationship with Tanner Horner. How do you know Tanner?
I met him back in 2014. Through a mutual acquaintance, I'd really like to give the specific details on who, but we have a mutual acquaintance, and at that point we became friends.
Well, how long have you known him?
From that point, we were really good. We were close from 2014 all the way up to, I'd say, I think 2017 or 2018.
Now, Jay, you said that you had met Tanner through mutual acquaintances. Was Tanner dating one of those acquaintances?
No, ma'am.
Was Tanner later dating another acquaintance of yours?
Yes, ma'am.
When was it that he was dating that acquaintance of yours?
I'd say 2015 or 16.
While he was dating this acquaintance, would you two get together and hang out?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, how often would y'all get together and hang out?
I'm trying to think because the dates are kind of. When I lived in that area, he'd usually come over every other day, and on the weekends we stay up all night laughing, watching Spirit Signs and other stuff.
What is Spirit Signs?
It was a YouTube channel show that he showed me about crystals and energy and all that stuff.
At some point, did Tanner and your acquaintance end their romantic relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
After that, did y'all still continue to hang out?
Not as often. I shortly moved away from that area, and by that point, I started seeing him less and less. And once I started my own, when I got married, we stopped seeing each other at that point.
When after Tanner and your acquaintance broke up, you said that you didn't see him often, but did you still consider him a friend?
At that point, yes. And in fact, I didn't start seeing him again until around 2021. I was going through issues with a relationship, and I had nobody to help me with my son. And so I was working with a security detail at the time, and I would occasionally drop my son off with him and his wife and his son, and so they would watch him while I went to work.
Did that help?
Let's just take a moment to appreciate what he just said. Okay. He knew Tanner in what, 2020, 2021 timeframe, which would have been about a year prior to Tanner murdering and assaulting 7-year-old Athena Strand. And can you imagine, okay, not only did you know him at one point, right, but just shortly before, because let's be real, when when you reach a certain age, a year is nothing, okay? Like a year is not that long ago, all right? And just a year prior, you dropped your own child off to be watched by this monster. Unbeknownst to you, he couldn't, and this is not casting aspersions on Jay, okay? This is, can you imagine what a mind F that would be?
Yeah, a lot.
Yes, it helped me keep my job.
So over the years, it seems like you've spent a lot of time with Tanner. How well would you say you know him?
Years ago, I could say I know him pretty well, but like I was, as the time progressed from that point, we went distant. It was in 2022. I moved to another city, and at that point, I stopped talking to him and stopped talking to me, and that was pretty much the end of it. Then I saw in the news about what was going on, and I was still in shock to believe this, because this didn't seem like the Tanner I had once known. So I didn't know what to make of it, and I was, I looked at my son and I was like, kind of shocked, because I was still processing this, because it's not every day that someone you would consider your best friend at the time you'd think that.
Well, Jay, you said that when you saw the news, you were shocked because that wasn't the Tanner that you know. So
Yes,
let's talk about the Tanner that you knew back then. What kind of guy was Tanner when y'all were hanging out like that?
Well, I don't exactly have common sense, but I always thought Tanner as kind of like a goofball, someone fun to hang out with, because he'd show up smoking cigarettes, making jokes, playing Yu-Gi-Oh card game with me, and just laughing and drinking alcohol. So.
Well, what's Yu-Gi-Oh?
It's a card game based off the TV show that came out, I believe, in 1999.
What kind of show is that?
It's an anime kids show. Wow. It's an anime show. It was originally targeted for teenagers, but for kids, for America, wound up making it for like 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds, and that's kind of what I was growing up on. So it's kind of cool to find someone who can play that card game.
Other than the Yu-Gi-Oh, why do you think y'all got along so well?
Well, since I had graduated high school at the time, it was hard to find other people who shared the same interest I did at that point, and we just hit it off. We had a good time, and so.
Did y'all have the same, similar sense of humor?
Kind of, yeah.
Did y'all like the same kind of TV shows?
I wasn't really into the spirit science. I would just watch it to, like, he said, hey, come watch this. However, he did get me onto a TV show, YouTube channel called Team 4-Star, which is probably the funniest YouTube channel I've watched.
I'm going to write that one down. I'll have to check that one out. Did y'all have the same taste in music?
Yes.
What kind of music were y'all listening to?
We were listening to rock, metal, heavy metal, screamo, pretty much that.
You mentioned screamo. What is screamo?
It's pretty much when you're screaming the lyrics.
So more screaming, less singing?
It depends on how you want to look at it.
Okay. Through the years that you knew Tanner, did you ever have the opportunity to meet his family?
Yes, I did. I met his grandparents, and I've always liked them. Bill used to tell me, out of all the people that Tanner brought over, he respected me the most, and I think it's because I had a grandparent who was in the military at one point, and seeing Bill, I had respect for him, and I know Tanner and him never really got along together, but I've always liked Bill, and he, in fact, before he passed away, he handed me a book to read, and I really wish I could remember the name of it. I'm sure I have it still. And but I was always respectful to him and Jackie was always sweet and nice to me. Anytime I came over, she asked if I wanted anything, or yeah.
Well, it sounds like Bill was tough on Tanner.
Yes, I'd say just the typical amount, you know, like, hey, get your room clean, hey, don't talk like that, and come on, you need to respect me and Jackie, you know, that kind of deal. I never really seen Bill as like rough, you know. I just seen him as any other person would see a man of that stature.
Well, Jay, did you ever see Bill yelling at Tanner?
Yes, I've seen that multiple times.
When he was yelling at Tanner, what kinds of things was he saying to him?
I don't remember what the conversation was about. I remember, the images in my head of him yelling, but I don't remember what it was about. I remember Tanner would turn around and he would roll his eyes and then would walk to his room or back in the backyard, pick up a cigarette, and he'd start smoking and venting towards me.
Did you ever hear Bill telling him that he was a screw off?
Yes.
Did you ever hear him telling him that he was a piece of trash just like his mother?
I don't remember the part about the piece of trash part, but I know there was some comparisons to him and his mom. Unfortunately, a lot of that time, I get easily distracted, and when they showed me Doctor Who and the TV was on, I was, sorry, man, sorry.
That's okay. Do you recall a time when Bill got mad at Tanner just for accidentally breaking something?
Not to my recollection. It probably happened, but I don't remember.
Do you remember telling us a story about a ventilation hood?
No, that wasn't with Bill. That was at the place I was living at, and it belonged to a relative of mine, that ventilation hood.
Oh, okay. Did you meet Tanner's mother, Melissa?
One or two times.
What was she like?
She barely knew I was there. She was mostly cooped up in her room asleep most of the time. She, like I said, she didn't even acknowledge I was really there.
Did you ever see her and Tanner together?
Not really. Most of the time, hey, come over to my room, and I just chill in his room, or I'd sit in the living room, or one of those two.
Do you recall ever seeing Melissa or hearing Melissa badmouth him or belittle him or berate Tanner?
Yes.
What was that like?
I remember one time I came over to his house to hang out with him, and we're sitting there in the living room, and I don't remember what they were yelling at, but she was screaming at him for something, and he was upset. He turned around, he pulled me, he's like, hey, come on. And then he said, I can't stand hers, and he said something else. Barely recall. It's been a long time.
Jay, during the time that you knew Tanner, do you know if how often was his mom around?
Not that often. Like I said, the two times I did see her, that was, she had came out of the room. Other than that, she was hardly ever there. I think she might have been incarcerated, or she was out somewhere. I'm not sure.
But you did know that she wasn't in the house?
She was hardly there.
And how did that affect Tanner?
Well, I think at that point, he was over it, and he didn't care anymore. I'm sure deep down it bothered him, but at a certain point, I think he just stopped caring.
Jay, I want to go back to this acquaintance that Tanner had been dating. How long did they date? If you know.
I think it was 2 or 3 years.
What was their relationship like?
One of them was very clingy. The other one was constantly hitting his own head because he'd rather hurt himself than hurt her. And then she would turn around and antagonize him a couple of times, and but there were moments where he would turn around and try and do sweet things for her.
You said that one of them was very clingy. Was that the woman?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that Tanner would hit his head
Yes.
rather than hurt her.
Yes.
Tell me about that. What
So-
would she do to make him want to hit his own head?
Well, so he would. A lot of times she'd cut him off and wouldn't listen to him, and it would make him upset, and he would just go like that, or he'd hit his head against the wall a few times.
And, Your Honor, for the record, I would like the record to reflect that the witness was making a fist and putting it to the side of his head several times.
Record also reflect.
Jay, when Tanner would hit himself in the head, how hard would he hit himself?
Pretty hard. I could hear it. Like I was like, "Hey, dude, you all right there?" And then he'd spit and he'd take another puff from the cigarette or whatever, and he would try to tell me she's driving me freaking crazy, and he would vent on how she was making him feel.
In spite of all of the antagonism, and despite how many times she antagonized him, did you ever see Tanner become physically aggressive towards this woman?
No.
Instead, would he turn that towards himself?
Yes.
Was that common for him to hit himself in the head like that?
Yes.
How often would you see things like that happen?
Things would be fine. If he was coming over to visit with me, he'd be fine and whatnot. But when she'd come over, about maybe after a few minutes, then there we go, the yelling and the cursing, and that's when he would start hitting himself.
Could you tell what would trigger these, for lack of a better word, these meltdowns?
Just about anything. He might have looked the wrong way, and she would get upset, and or he didn't do something, or he didn't know what she was thinking, and she'd get mad and scold him for it.
At any time during these meltdowns, did you ever see Tanner destroy property?
Yes, one of those times, there was a ventilation hood that was on that property I was staying at. It belonged to some relatives of mine. They were using it, and he turned around, he took his frustration out on that.
Did you ever see Tanner take his frustrations out on another human being?
No, not even when my spouse had kicked him in the groin.
Tell me about that. What happened?
We were at Walmart late at night, and we were laughing, joking around, and she was playing, and she got him in the groin, and he was in a lot of pain. He was so mad. He just suggested, just take me home, take me home right now. And so I dropped him off, and then my spouse and I continued to go about our evening.
Now, Jay, did you said that you and Tanner had similar tastes in music and that he was a good musician. Was Tanner ever in a band?
Yes, Sacred Sound.
What kind of band was that?
It wasn't quite screamo or hardcore. It was, I'd say, more like punk rock.
Were they good?
I thought so. I liked the band.
Did you go see a lot of their shows?
When they went to Tomcats, I did.
Did you ever see, oh, you said Tomcats. Was that an all-age venue?
No, I think there were 21 and up. I can't remember. I know it was a venue on Altamere.
Did you ever see any young women hanging out with the band?
Well, there's a lot of young women there. I think so. It's kind of a blur on that part. Like some of the memories I have of Tomcats and of the band, I barely recall. I have one image where it was Jackie there, was trying to sell merch, And there was also one image where I climbed up on their bus. They were showing me out, and that was pretty cool.
During the time that you spent with Tanner and the band and those people, did you ever hear any allegations of sexual abuse against any of these young women?
Judge, I'll object. That calls for hearsay.
Sustained. No, you don't have to answer it.
Oh, sorry.
And Your Honor, that does not go to, it's not hearsay because it doesn't go to the truth of the matter asserted?
The objection is sustained.
Jay, a minute ago, you had talked about Tanner hitting himself in the head and that he would smoke a cigarette or something to help him calm down. What did you mean by or something? Did you ever see Tanner smoke marijuana?
Yes, ma'am.
In the environment where Tanner grew up, were there a lot of people around him that did drugs?
Other than his mother, not entirely. No, not that I know of. I mean, his band and did pot. They did pot. No.
When you saw Tanner smoking the marijuana, was it just the two of you, or were you more in a social setting?
It was just the two of us.
Jay, did Tanner ever confide in you about being sexually assaulted himself?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I'll object. That's hearsay.
Let me hear the question. Go ahead.
Did he give you any details without saying what he said? Was he able to give you details?
No, ma'am.
Judge, I'll still object. That's still hearsay.
All right. We hadn't gotten into a conversation. Go ahead.
Was he able to give you any details?
Well,
Judge,
he
that
was
calls
able
for
to, but
speculation. I'll object to that. That calls for speculation on his part.
Sustained is to speculation.
Jay, after that initial conversation where Tanner confided in you about being sexually assaulted, did he ever mention it to you again?
No, ma'am. It was one of the times we were drunk together and it slipped out. And when I asked him about it, he didn't give me any details.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Sir, you hung out with Tanner all the way through 2022, didn't you?
We didn't hang out like we did in those first, like 2014 and 2015. It wasn't like that. It was ever so often we'd hang out at that point.
And it kind of seems like a little bit y'all kind of partied together a little bit. Is that right?
It was, no, not entirely. It was those first 2 years of 2014 and 2015 before I messed up my life and then fixed it.
But back during that time, you talked a little bit about marijuana. That wasn't the only drug you and Tanner did together, was it?
No, sir.
And what all drugs did y'all do together?
We did acid and we also did Molly.
Okay. And did you get that Molly from Tanner?
Yes, sir.
Did you get the acid from Tanner?
Yes, sir.
Were you doing acid and Molly before you got it from Tanner?
No, sir.
Talk a little bit about Bill, and that'll be the last one I'm going to ask you. You said that you respected Bill, right?
Yes, sir. He was not only was he a veteran, he was a good man.
And that you said something to the effect that he was trying to teach Tanner how to act and how to behave,
Yes, sir.
and you respected that.
Yes, sir.
You think that's a good thing for a parental figure to teach a kid how to behave and how to have respect for people around them?
Yes, sir, I'm instilling that into my child.
Pass the witness, Ron.
Read it right.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
May he be finally excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go. Just go with the deputy. All right, we're going to take a short break, okay? Call you back in just a little bit.
Hold on a minute. This doesn't seem like a very short break to me. What's going on here? Maybe they got to wait until their next witness? What the hell, man? All right, I just want to let you guys know about what about this situation on death row with the last meals in Texas. In 2011, Texas abolished the last meal for Texas inmates. So basically, it's this, and then if we have to fill in time at lunch or whatever, we'll talk more in depth. Since September 2011, the state of Texas has abolished the tradition of allowing death row inmates to request a special last meal. Inmates now receive the same food served to the rest of the prison unit on the day of their execution. Key aspects of policy change. No special requests. Inmates cannot select a custom meal, removing the previous practice of allowing indulgent or unique requests. The catalyst. The policy was abolished immediately following a complaint by Texas Senator John Whitmire regarding an excessive, uneaten request from Lawrence Russell Brewer. Equality with unit menu. Inmates are served the regular daily meal provided by the prison system. Context. This change was implemented to eliminate a quote-unquote privilege that victims were not afforded, arguing that such a tradition was inappropriate for inmates facing capital punishment. So there you go. Once again, Texas ain't playing with these people. And also, just really quickly, while they wait for the jury to get back, one thing I wanted to comment on during regarding the last witness's testimony on direct and a little bit on, just on direct. When Jay was asked if he'd ever seen Tanner Horner be violent towards another person, and he answered no. Okay, here's the thing about that. First of all, I'm not moved by that. And I'll tell you why. Chris Watts had no prior criminal history. He had no prior domestic violence case or charges, accusations, or anything of the sort. Okay, yet he decided to murder his wife, who was pregnant with his child, and their two daughters. So just because somebody just because somebody doesn't have even so much as a parking ticket or a speeding ticket in their life, and then they decide to commit the most heinous and atrocious acts, up to and including murder, doesn't mean, just because they never did it before, doesn't mean anything to me. They still did it. Doesn't matter whether they did it once or twice or 11 or 4 times. They're violent. That's it. It just actually makes it scarier, because you wonder how they were able to control themselves all of these years prior. And yet on this specific day, at this specific time, in this specific set of circumstances, they chose to do what they did. It makes it worse in some ways. Ooh, I don't know, Kimberly. Let's look that up. I don't think so, but I'm not sure. Let's look it up. Hold on. Let's look.
Ready.
Okay. This is these results are surprising to me. And I wrote, does Texas have a firing squad for execution? No, Texas does not use a firing squad for executions. Texas utilizes lethal injections as its sole method of executions, while other states like Idaho, which we knew, Mississippi, Oklahoma, South Carolina, and Utah authorize firing squads. This method is not legal or available in Texas. Lethal injection has been the method since 1977. Texas currently has no authorized alternatives like firing squads or nitrogen hypoxia. As of early 2026, the firing squad is authorized in only a handful of states, not including Texas. And so there you go. Jonah's mom, we do not know how many more witnesses there are in total. What I can tell you is this. The state and the defense were both given 2 weeks to present their witnesses. The trajectory of the trial is expected to go with the defense all the way presenting evidence all the way through until Friday, resting formally in front of the jury Monday, the state then putting on a rebuttal case, closing arguments Tuesday, jury instructions after, usually they do a little, judges break it up different ways. Sometimes they do a little before the opening state or the closing arguments, then they do it, the rest of it at the end of closing arguments. This is going to be a little different because they don't have to find him not guilty or guilty, but they're going to be required. The judge is going to ask them to the jury to find the defendant guilty. And then there's only 2 questions that they have to answer. So the jury instructions should be fairly straightforward and quick. And they could be conceivably deliberating, at least for a little while, by Tuesday at some point. So that's where we're at. I have no idea how many more witnesses. I know that there were 19 witnesses total, and I've lost track at this point. I'm going to try to recall it in my brain, and I'll get back to you. Miss Holly J says, the fact that he wasn't violent before makes it scarier to me. Could have been anybody's baby. I've got a 6-year-old daughter in 1st grade. I had to talk with her about stranger danger because of this. I would imagine that parents all over that are watching this trial or have heard of this case are having talks with their children, including that, yes, delivery drivers are still strangers. Because I think that most of us were under the very false perception that they were vetted, and they are. I would imagine that, yes, to be a driver for Amazon, FedEx, UPS, there is a vetting process, and I'm sure that they're screened. But the sad fact of the matter is that unless there is a conviction, it's not going to be on their record. So that process doesn't guarantee anything, really. H.S. Smith said, this is an interesting process compared to other trials. I agree. This is an interesting process compared to other punishment phases or penalty phases. I've never seen this much evidence be presented
Everyone may be seated.
in a punishment
We are ready to
phase.
proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Goebel, Ms.
Yes,
Anderson?
Your
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning. Good to speak to you again. For the purpose of this hearing, I'm going to refer to you as Thorne. Is that okay?
Need to answer out, yes or no.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yeah, yes or no's. Housekeeping first. Now, you are a convicted felon, correct?
Correct.
And you were convicted of aggravating assault with a deadly weapon and assault family violence with impeding breathing circulation, correct? And you were also convicted of assault causes bodily injury to family members.
Correct.
Now, how did you meet Tanner?
Living in Lake Worth, just overheard his music one day and went to his house.
So you just walked up and
Knocked on the door with his grandmother and she said, just go on back.
and where did you go?
Just back to the room where the shed where his room was, AC and stuff. And he had a drum set, amps and guitars, and him and Jonathan Harper back there making music.
Were you by yourself?
No, I was with a friend of mine.
And you friends from then on?
Yeah, we eventually just got to know each other, hung out a lot more.
Now tell me, was Tanner serious about his music?
He seemed very serious about music.
Did you ever see him be too hard on himself?
All the time.
What did that look like?
Just not a lot of self-confidence, or always pushing himself or not noticing that he was as good as he thought he was. Always trying to push himself, I guess.
Did he play more than one instrument?
He played just about any instrument he could get his hands on.
What about drums? Was that his best?
I would think so.
Was he a pretty good drummer?
Yes.
Did he ever teach you to play any of the instruments?
To the best of his abilities. Tried to teach me to play guitar.
What about singing?
He encouraged me to open up and sing more.
Was that good for you?
Was.
Was Tanner in a band when you met him?
I believe so.
Or did he join one at some time?
Yes.
What was the name of that band?
The first one I'm not sure of, but Sacred Sound.
And did you ever hang out with that band or work for them or anything?
On occasion, I did a roadie for them, helped with equipment for one of their shows in Dallas.
What was that like?
That was an experience. It was fun. Opened for one of my favorite bands.
Do you know why he left that band?
I thought it would be just problems with the other members.
So what did you and Tanner do when you weren't playing music?
Hung out a lot, walked down to the little beach area. His neighbor had a boat he let us take out anytime. Watched a lot of movies, animes, cartoons, really just hung out.
For people that don't know, what are anime?
Just adult cartoons.
Not American usually?
Hmm?
Are they American usually, or?
There's several American ones, but they're mostly Japanese or foreign. Illustration and
Now that style, does that involve like big displays of emotion sometimes?
Yes, sir, it does.
Hard to miss what the character's thinking.
Yes, sir.
What about video games? Have you all ever played video games?
Absolutely.
A lot or a little?
Quite a bit. Me more so, I believe.
Did you or Tanner or both of you ever use drugs when you were hanging out?
I smoked marijuana. Yeah, he did as well.
Okay.
And there was a time where he had a job at Walmart, so he used K2 substitute, and I believe that was just because they drug tested.
Was K2 legal at that time?
It was.
Now, I want to ask you about Tanner, how he what you observed, basically. How did Tanner handle a new or a difficult situation?
Not as rationally as the next person, or just not greatest at problem solving.
Did you ever know him to get flustered?
Yes.
Can you tell me, give me some examples?
Just while he's drumming, if he's working on a new song and he knows that he missed something, I can notice that he gets flustered while he's drumming. He'll yell or he'll hit himself off beat or something.
Were you with him when a vehicle broke down one time?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I'm not sure what the vehicle was. It was a van when they had back seats that reclined into couches and such. It broke down on the highway, and I don't know, rationally I would have just pulled over and dealt with the problem, but it seemed to escalate in his mind much further than it needed to. And
so what ended up happening? Getting pulled over to the side of the road?
I think he stopped on the middle of the bridge. Yeah, on the crossover.
Now, you said that the K2 that he was using at the time was legal, right?
Correct.
Was there a time when he did something irrational about that?
Did something rational about it?
Irrational with
Irrational?
the K2, yeah. Got flustered.
I guess there's an incident where his grandfather had walked in, and instead of just putting it aside, he threw it clear across the room and gave it away. It wasn't very, the processing wasn't there. I don't know.
What about conflict? How did Tanner handle conflict?
Conflict, I've never seen him run towards it, or he doesn't chase conflict. I've never seen him get in an altercation with anybody.
Do you have any examples of when he avoided getting into an altercation with people or with you?
There's an situation where I had stolen his phone, and instead of being mad about it, he'd let it go. Conflict. Aaron, one of our friends, I'm sure Aaron was kind of a bully. I don't know, and instead of standing up to him, he would never push conflict or try to fight against him or fight back.
So, what about social cues and social settings? Did Tanner ever struggle with those?
I believe he did.
In what way?
Not being able to read the room when, say, someone was uncomfortable with the music he was playing or the level of the music, how loud it was or such like that, or continue or dragging on conversations that have reached their end.
Did Tanner ever let you stay with him? Did Tanner ever let you stay with him?
He did.
And what happened? Why?
There was a time in my life where I could no longer stay with my grandmother in Wakeworth. So instead of me trying to figure out where to stay next, he just offered me to stay there for a short period of time against his grandmother and grandfather's better judgment.
And you talked about his grandmother was the first member of the family you met. What was she like? Or what is she like?
An angel. Very loving person.
You think really highly of her? Did you meet Tanner's grandfather?
I did.
And tell us about him.
Same way. He's just a very nice, open person.
What about his mother?
Not so much. I've met her occasionally, but I did not personally know her.
So was there an issue there that you two kind of had in common?
No. As in,
With his mother, him having some issues with his mother, and maybe you being able to be someone he could confide in?
he could confide in me about that, yes.
What did you ever have a chance to meet Tanner's father?
I believe I did once
Okay. When was that?
at a Halloween party
Uh-huh.
that his father threw, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
But that was your only time being around him?
Correct.
And Tanner's brother, was that just a typical relationship or something else?
Brother?
Yes.
Yes, just typical younger brother, older brother relationship.
So the two of you hang out with him much or not?
No,
No, sorry.
that's all right.
No, sir.
Fine. Do you remember Tanner ever having a girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything particular about that, or was it just normal?
It seems fairly normal.
Now, was there a time when you and Tanner kind of grew apart or weren't hanging out?
Just grew apart, lived separate lives.
And did you have a chance to reconnect with him?
There was when I was running the Jimmy John's store, he came in to, I guess, to get a sandwich. He didn't know I was working there. And that was the last time I saw him.
Did he get flustered that day?
No, he seemed fine. Oh, actually, I apologize. No. The mayonnaise incident. He got flustered. I guess he's watching his weight. He's trying to get healthy. So when he came in, he ordered a sandwich, and he used an app to calculate his calories. And I guess he mistaken and forgot to remove the mayonnaise, and it sent his calorie count way high. And he just got really flustered. And instead of breaking it down and checking his app,
Is that something visual when you say you got flustered? Can you
yes,
see?
visually flustered.
What does that look like?
Shaking back and forth, rocking back and forth, not sitting still, just seemed anxious.
And you recognize that from...
Yes, I recognize that as Tanner. That's kind of how he was.
So that was kind of typical that he could get flustered over something as small as the calorie count.
Yes, sir.
Now, when Tanner was arrested on this charge, did you have a chance to send letters to him?
I did.
Did you call him, or did he call you?
He did contact me.
Did you all ever discuss his case?
No,
And was there a reason for that?
there was not. When I first learned of this case, I was under the impression of the story that he released he had hit her, and I believed the story.
Did he ever tell you that he wasn't supposed to talk about his case, or did you tell him he wasn't supposed to, or?
I've been through the court systems before. I understand that a case such as that, you should not and shouldn't be talking about it, and he did also emphasize that he won't give out any details.
Did Tanner ever show you a picture of his son?
I believe he did, yes.
How did he seem about that? Did he seem like a proud dad, or what?
Seemed like a very proud.
Now, going back to his charges a little bit, you understand he's charged with kidnapping and murder of Athena Strand,
I do.
and you know that he's entered a guilty plea,
I do.
and that this is the punishment stage of his trial.
I do.
Give me 1 second.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Briefly, Your Honor, thank you. Sir, in talking of this, apparently, according to you, Mayo or lack thereof set him off.
Correct.
Now, when you said y'all grew apart, and I'm not going to ask you details, do you have a family now?
Correct.
You have kids?
I do.
So I'm not going to ask you names or anything like that, but you do. Right.
Correct.
Okay. Seems like you have a pretty good assessment of his grandmother and grandfather.
I do.
Would it be right to say that they provided for him?
Yes, it would be.
Would it be right to say that they helped him out even in his older years when he was, say, over 20, even 30 years old?
I would not know that.
Well, during the time that you were around them, were they helping him out
Correct.
financially?
Yes.
Food?
Yes.
Gave him a place to live?
Yes.
Now, kind of sounds like you guys might have partied together a little bit. Is that right?
Correct.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And y'all didn't just smoke marijuana, right?
Correct.
Y'all drank?
Yes, sir.
What other substances were y'all doing together?
It's K2.
Okay. No acid?
No, sir.
No. Tanner doesn't. He doesn't do acid.
Not that I'm aware of.
He doesn't do other controlled substances like Molly, MDMA, ecstasy, anything like that.
Not that I'm aware of.
So you know the original story of that Tanner told everybody about
Yes,
what he
I do.
did. You know that's a lie, right?
Yes, it is.
You know that he kidnapped her. Now,
Yes,
you know
sir.
that now,
He's being pleaded guilty for it, yes.
right? And you know that he murdered her after he kidnapped her.
Yes.
You know there's evidence of sexual assault.
Objection, Your Honor. That calls for speculation on his part. It's not.
Overruled. You may answer the question if you know.
I was unaware.
You have kids. I mean, how does that make you feel?
Not good, sir.
Pass the witness.
Now, just to clarify, when we talked about the Mayo and what him looking flustered looked like, was that him being violent, or were you seeing movements? What were you saying there?
No, sir. Not violent, just irrational. Not irrational, just anxious. Just
So not the way you would expect a normal person to process that.
yes.
That's what it's showing.
Mr. Staten,
Nothing further, Your Honor.
may this witness be finally excused?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna have to send you back to your jury room because I've got some legal stuff that I've got to work through. And it's probably gonna be till after lunch. So bear with me, okay? See you in a little bit.
All right, so let's see what the judge decides. I don't know if,
Yeah. I think he just got here to the building, so we'll bring him up.
Oh, perfect.
oh, good.
We'll be in recess, everybody.
Recess for how long? Wow, all right. So here is the situation that caused all right. So Texas served its that caused Texas to do away with last meals. All right. Texas served its final last meals to condemned prisoner Lawrence Russell Brewer, who on September 21st, 2011 was executed for the infamous racially motivated, I remember this, 1998 dragging death of James Byrd Jr. Brewer requested an extensive last meal and then didn't eat any of it, which prompted State Senator John Whitmire, chairman of the Senate's Criminal Justice Committee, to call for ending the practice of special last meals for death row prisoners. It is extremely, quote, it is extremely inappropriate to give a person sentenced to death such a privilege, Whitmire wrote in a letter to Texas Department of Criminal Justice Executive Director Brad Livingston. Livingston agreed and quickly ended the tradition of last meals. Quote, effective immediately, no such accommodations will be made, he stated. Quote, they, the condemned prisoners, will receive the same meals served to other offenders on the unit. Quote, it's long overdue, said Senator Whitmire. Quote, this old boy last night, enough is enough. We're fixing to execute the guy, and maybe it makes the system feel good about what they're fixing to do. Kind of hypocritical, you reckon? End quote. Calling the traditional last meal, quote unquote, ridiculous, Whitmire noted that, quote, Mr. Byrd didn't get to choose his last meal. The whole idea is so illogical. I agree. But Senator Whitmire had his facts wrong. The tradition did not begin because the quote unquote system was trying to make itself feel good about an execution. Rather, the tradition of a last meal existed in ancient Greece, Rome, and China. The original purpose was an offering to ward off possible haunting by the spirit of the person who was executed. This tradition has continued into modern times. Likewise, most people are misinformed about how last meal request works. The media publish Brewer's lavish final meal request of 2 chicken fried steaks, a triple meat bacon cheeseburger, fried okra, a pound of barbecue, 3 fajitas, a meat lover's pizza, a pint of ice cream, 3 root beers, and a slab of peanut butter fudge with crushed peanuts. Then groused? That doesn't seem like a word, that he didn't eat anything. But did he really get all that he asked for? And is it really surprising that a man who knows he will die in a few hours might lose his appetite? The truth about last meals in Texas is more complicated than the list of food that the condemned prisoner requests. According to Brian D. Price, 60, who prepared last meals for about 220 Texas prisoners while serving a 14-year sentence, and who has written a book titled Meals to Die For about his experiences, death row prisoners could ask for whatever they wanted, but what they got were reasonable portions of food already available in the prison's kitchen. Thus, the last meal that Brewer received did not contain all of the items he requested, and what was provided was in smaller portions. Price gave an example of the type of substitutions he made when preparing last meals by describing what he did if a prisoner asked for lobster, an item not available in the kitchen food inventory. The condemned prisoner would, quote, get a piece of frozen pollock, just like they would normally get on Friday, but what I do is wash the breading off, cut it diagonally, and dip it in batter so that it looks something like at Long John Silver, something from the free world, something they thought they were getting, but it wasn't. Quote, they quit serving steaks in 1994, so whenever anyone would request a steak, I would do a hamburger steak with brown gravy and grilled onions, stuff like that. The press would get the, quote, last meal request as they requested it, but I would get the handwritten last meal request about 3 days ahead of time, and I'd take it to my captain and say, well, what do you want me to do? And she'd lay it out for me. I tried to do the best I could with what I had. After Price was released from prison, he opened a restaurant. When he heard about the elimination of last meals for death row prisoners, he offered to deliver them to the prison for free. The Texas Department of Criminal Justice declined his offer. Quote, we should not get rid of the last meal, Price said. Texas has always been cold-hearted about these types of things. Not to minimize these crimes, the majority of death row prisoners have earned their place at that dinner table. But with my offer, it would not cost Texas taxpayers anything. He opined that the decision to end the last meals was politically motivated. Quote, they waited for a heinous crime, the most heinous one in years in Texas, first off. And then someone who ordered a lot of food, which they do quite often anyhow. And they decided to stop the last meal request and give them what was on the line for that day. What raised the fur on my back was, how can one person do this? The state of Texas sends people to the death chamber. It's up to the folks of Texas if they want to stop a tradition, an age-old tradition. 1 or 2 men shouldn't have the stroke of power to do that, end quote. In fact, the public has a morbid fascination with last meals and an online blog. Here you go, there it is. Dead Man Eating is devoted to that topic. In August 2012, researchers at Cornell University released a study of 193 last meal requests, which found they tended to include fried foods, desserts, soft drinks, and high calorie counts. High calorie counts. Some condemned prisoners did not want a last meal. One asked for a single pitted olive, while another in Tennessee, Philip Workman, asked for a vegetarian pizza to be delivered to a homeless person. His request was denied, but members of the public responded by ordering hundreds of pizzas for local homeless shelters. Let me just see how you guys are doing over here. We're on live. They're not back yet. See, I'm with you guys. I think that we have built into our justice system in the United States a checks and balances system. Does that mean that it's perfect? No. Have there been people who are actually innocent of a crime that have been executed? Yes. Is that abhorrent? Absolutely. It is absolutely abhorrent. However, I will say that with DNA testing available now, where it wasn't decades and decades ago, the chances are not completely eradicated, obviously, but substantially lowered now that DNA testing is available, especially for death row inmates. But I tend to agree with the senator regarding the victim or victims did not get to pick their last meal. And by and large, the method of execution or, capital punishment is far less cruel, less violent, less heinous than what happened to the victim, especially if you consider the case that they're talking about, which is James Byrd Jr. I remember when that case happened here in Texas, and I remember reading, hearing it on the news and just being appalled that, first of all, and all because this man was African American, he was hated. He never met the perpetrators. He never did anything to them. He was a complete and total stranger. And they chose to drag him behind their truck, and it was cruel and it was horrendous. And so I feel like, as a taxpayer, I know that they don't get what they ask for entirely, right? And that it has to be made with what's in the kitchen already. But just the fact that the condemned knows when they're going to die in the first place has never sat right with me, because they didn't afford their victim that either. The victim doesn't know that it's their last day on earth, right? They don't get a chance to make amends with people that maybe they want to make amends with, because we all walk around knowing on some level that our time on this earth is finite, but we don't know exactly when we're going to die, unless you're on death row and they give you an execution date, right? So I don't know. I just feel like I just feel like it doesn't need to be a thing. That's just how I feel. I gotta fix this lunch for the Nuggie. I didn't expect for them to be out this long, and I don't know how long they are going to be out, but I can't just let it sit. So I'll be right back. Give me just 1 second, okay?
Call your friends and make a plan. Let's have ourselves a date. No promises or consequence. We have no time to waste. We go from London to Paris, city to state. Drive 100 miles an hour, staying out too late. Living life as a nomad, take it day by day. 'Cause there's no one to tell us what to do. I want the sunny days to shine a light on me. Can't let them go to waste. They feel so far away when all the sky is gray. I miss the sunny days. Don't speed ahead, relax instead. Let time show you the way. Don't complicate or hesitate. Enjoy your sunny day. We go from London to Paris, city to state. days. Where did you go? My sunny days, miss my sunny days. Where did you go? I want the sunny days to shine a light on me. Can't let them go to waste. They feel so far away when all the sky is gray. I miss the sunny days. Call your friends and make a plan. Let's have ourselves a date. No promises or consequence. We have no time to waste. We go from London to Paris, city to state. Drive 100 miles an hour, staying out too late. Living life as a nomad, take it day by day. Cause there's no one to tell us what to do. I want the sunny days to shine a light on me. Can't let them go to waste. They feel so far away when all the sky is gray. I miss the sunny days. Don't speed ahead, relax instead. Let time show you the way. Don't complicate or hesitate. Enjoy your sunny day. We go from London to Paris, city to state. Drive 100 miles an hour, staying out too late. Living life as a nomad, take it day by day. Cause there's no one to tell us what to do. I want the sunny days to shine a light on me. Can't let them go to waste. They feel so far away when all the sky is gray. I miss the sunny days. I really do, I really do. Sunny days, my sunny days. Where did you go? My sunny days, miss my sunny days. Where did you go? I want the sunny days to shine a light on me. Can't let them go to waste. They feel so.
All right, sorry about that, you guys. Thank you for your patience and your understanding. All right, so they're still not back. I tried to, let's see. Let me look and see what oh. There's a hearing going on right now regarding the Camp Mystic flood. Remember back in July of 2025, that camp that all of those children lost their lives in when it flooded. Do you guys remember that? They're having a hearing about that right now. Maybe I'll listen to that after this and give me a second. Let me go to, where should I go? Let me go to WFAA. Give me just a second and see if they're talking about what's going on. I just am curious. Let's see what they have to say. apparently, all right, so I'll tell you what's happening. Hold on. All right, so there is a hearing going, according to Rebecca. Let's go back. Let's listen to what Rebecca has to say, because she's actually at the court or in the courtroom. And I always like to hear what she has to say about things. So, all right. All right, here we go. Let me move this. Let's share this one instead. Close that. All right. Here we go.
Like, I don't know if that would have changed your level of
and
sympathy.
somebody's reminding me it was a machete. Oh my God.
Oh, if what? Can you imagine? Okay, machete.
Horrible. All right, let's bring Rebecca Lopez back in. Rebecca, talk to us about what's going on right now.
Well, Tanya, very interesting. The judge cleared the courtroom and turned off the camera in the overflow room, which means we can't see, and is having some sort of sealed hearing where no one is allowed inside the courtroom. It is an expert witness. I saw her in the hallway. It is a woman. I don't know who she is. And I guess the judge will let us know. It's to be determined if this witness is going to be able to testify. And I'm not sure. I've never quite seen this happen. And maybe our legal expert can weigh in on why the judge would clear the courtroom and hold a closed hearing on an expert witness. Earlier on the bench, he said it had to do with some legal matters. So
Can you have a closed hearing?
Yes.
What's happening?
So you can have a closed hearing under certain circumstances based on, it usually has to do with like child witness, like child victims, child sexual assault, child porn. You usually has to do with children, you know, when you can completely shut a courtroom down. So it's really interesting that the court would do that. I don't know if there's been some issue in the past where people are listening to those hearings and we're not supposed to be listening to those hearings, and so he doesn't want to take a chance. But it's very interesting that the judge cleared the courtroom.
Right, so Rebecca can't even be in there.
And all you saw was the person that you recognized as the witness. Had you seen that person testify during the defense expert 3-day voir dire hearings? No.
I don't recall seeing her, but you know, there was 8 of them, and I do remember a woman, but I thought that she was going to be the last one to testify. So I don't know who this witness is, and I don't believe it's one of the ones that we heard during the voir dire process. And it's to be determined. He told the jury that he would probably see them after lunch, that this was going to take a while, this hearing.
Okay, so let's think about this. Okay. What did the last witness testify to that might result in a closed courtroom? Well, I believe that would be Tanner's essay as a child, an alleged incident. Now, if it's a doctor, oh my goodness, hold on, let me just put this to the side for a second. What fantastic news! Congratulations. Crafting and True Crime Jacqueline said, my third grandbaby, first granddaughter, was born at 8:30 a.m. today. Congratulations. That is fantastic news. Hold on a second. There you go. Congratulations, Crafting in True Crime, Jacqueline. That's amazing news. Yay. All right. Now, back to this. Okay. Let me think about this for a minute. There have been three witnesses so far today, Crafting in True Crime, Jacqueline. There was Melissa, who testified she was a neighbor of Tanner Horner, really Tanner Horner's grandparents. Back when Tanner was like in elementary school, and then I guess she knew him, as a kid, maybe, and as a little bit as a teenager. Then the second witness was his friend Jay, like literally the letter J, not Jay, the letter J, who knew Tanner much longer. Met Tanner around about 2012, was friends with him up until about 2020, obviously until he was arrested. Although the amount of time they spent together varied. In the early years, there was like a time when they didn't hang out at all. And then they began hanging out again around 2021, somewhere in there, that neighborhood. And then, and he, at one point, Jay let Tanner Horner and I guess his girlfriend, fiance at the time, they both watched his child. And I mean, he testified about basically what like a mind F that was, because given the charges that Tanner Horner is being charged with. Now, I don't know what legalities there are when the testimony is dealing with a child the person who was a child at the time, but who is no longer a child now. So I don't know if this, because obviously it's coming from the defense, so they're not going to call somebody that is a victim of Tanner Horner's, right? That's not going to happen. I can't really, I don't know what the legalities are if the person is now an adult, but at the time was a child. You know who I wish was in here is Amber Riot. She always knows. Let's do something else. Okay, we heard from Rebecca. Let's check the Twitter X's, the X Twitters, and see if there is something more concrete. I don't want to have YouTube premium. Twitter premium. How the hell do I get out of this? I see. All right, here we go. Let's see. Let me look here. See if I can find somebody in the... Oh, wait, no. Let's see. There's nothing. Hold on. Let me search this. this way. Okay. So according to Notorious Jules on Twitter, X Twitter, there is a civilian and an expert on today's schedule. Tanner Horner's brother will testify from prison tomorrow, grandmother on Thursday, and more expert witnesses. No court on Friday. Monday will be the last defense expert. The prosecution has 2 experts in their rebuttal, then closing on Monday. So that is the latest update on that. There we go. I can't figure out who the hold on. She's 2 weeks early, just a little peanut, 6 pounds. Bless it. Bless that baby. That is a little peanut. She's a little 6 pound little nugget. All right, let's go move this over here. Let's play this.
Which I guess he will let us know. But this judge has been very open and has been, allowing us to communicate with him. But everybody else is, closed off. But he's, as far as the gag order, no one else is allowed to talk. But the judge has just given us basic information like how many witnesses are going to testify, that sort of thing, just so that we know the order of the court. But doesn't give us any details about any of the witnesses, obviously. So we don't know who this person is. All I know is it's a female and it's some sort of expert. And he felt it was sensitive enough that he cleared the courtroom of family, reporters, everyone except for the attorneys, and turned off the camera to the overflow room so we cannot hear what is happening. So I'm assuming it has to do with something sensitive, some sort of like our expert was saying, some sort of dealing with child.
Right.
I don't know, sexual assault or something. I don't know. It's very interesting, but it's a legal matter.
Well, and Rebecca, Jason has a question, and I thought you answered it. You said they cleared the family out of the courtroom too. Everybody.
Yes, the family is not there in the hallway as well. It is
Wow.
a sealed hearing, I believe.
Wow.
That I mean, it's really unusual unless it is something highly sensitive, that involves some sort of sexual allegation regarding a child. If it's an expert witness, I'm thinking I would wonder sort of, I don't know, and maybe it has to do with there's some portion of her testimony that maybe the defense really wants to go into that has to do with allegations of sexual abuse of a child. And maybe the court is making a determination as to whether or not that portion of her testimony is relevant, to where we are now, and sort of hearing it all the way out to make a decision about the relevance of that, and then ultimately he'll decide whether that portion she can testify to. It doesn't necessarily mean her entire testimony, but then the part that's difficult about that is that Rebecca doesn't remember her being one of the expert witnesses that testified during the defense's voir dire of their experts over those couple of days before the opening of their case, which I would think that person would be a part of. So this is very interesting. Sort of in this trial, we've had a couple of really unexpected things that have happened.
Yeah, because
I kind
she's a
of
very
feel
open
like
judge.
this is
Go ahead, Rebecca.
Yeah, Tanya, I kind of feel like this is a witness that came out of nowhere. I don't know if out of nowhere, but I don't think this is a witness that they anticipated initially. I'm not sure, but she wasn't, I don't, part of the initial process, and the judge, holding this hearing, which there have been multiple hearings leading up to this on the expert witnesses even before the trial started. So I don't know if this is a witness now that the defense feels compelled to bring forward that is someone that, and the judge again told the jury it has to do with some sort of legal matters. And so I don't know if the prosecution then is protesting this witness being introduced. And
Well, here's the thing about that, right? You have to properly notice the other side, right? So in this situation, the defense is obligated to give notice of anticipated witnesses, and then that way they can be deposed if the state, the whichever side wants to, who's calling them, but they can be deposed by the other side. And this is an expert witness. So hold on a second. And this is an expert witness. So, which would mean that the defense had to have known about this witness, right? This is not, we're not talking about like a civilian witness here, okay? Somebody who contacted the defense, yesterday and said, I have jaw-dropping bombshell news. You must hear me out. And now the defense wants to get them in, right? That's not what's happening here. If this is an expert witness, they would have to, they had to have known about this. Now, what I am thinking of is perhaps this witness is going to talk about how it is, the possibility exists for victims who were harmed as a child can repeat the cycle and go on to harm children themselves. Perhaps that is what this witness is going to testify to. But I would imagine what's really going to happen is Crafting in True Crime, Jacqueline says maybe the judge doesn't want anyone to hear the testimony in case it's not acceptable. Well, the judge has had a rule all the way from the beginning of the trial. There were no cameras allowed in any of the pretrial hearings, okay? But his policy has been that if the jury is not present, the cameras and the video and the audio cannot be streaming. So that's why, like on the day, we've seen many times where the jury's not present and we hear the stuff, but the judge is like, no dice. So, I don't know if it's not, I think what, I don't know if you mean not acceptable, like as in not relevant. I would imagine that the state would object strongly to this type of potential expert witness being brought in at this stage of the game based solely on the testimony of the last witness that Tanner at some point when they were drinking divulged that he was essayed as a child. Also, I would like to point out that we don't use the term that the proper term for what the expert or the legal analyst said is child sex abuse material. We don't call it CP anymore. I won't say that term because it's an antiquated term. You guys all know what I'm talking about. And make no mistake, I'm not censoring myself because I'm worried about monetization or anything like that. First of all, it's an old and antiquated term, and it is an inaccurate term. And that is why I won't use it. Amber! We need Joe. We need Joe. What do you think? Let's tag her. Hold on, let me tag her. Hopefully she'll see the tag. She'll look at the chat. Let me tag her. Hold on. Always forget that if the X's are in the middle or at the end. Anyway, so I'm wondering if what the judge is really, I would imagine that that's the type of expert it is. I would imagine that the state is like, back the milk truck up. Have we established that that's actually something that happened? And what exactly is she going to be testifying to? Did she evaluate Tanner? You know, I would imagine that the state is going to be objecting based on relevance, really. Hey, Colo. Oh, look, Amber's back from the past. Okay, if you can hear. Okay, so you're here now. What do you think? Let me see. What do we need to rewind to in the stream? I'll just tell you what's happened. So, okay, here's what had happened, Amber. The judge closed the courtroom. It is a sealed hearing. There's no cameras in the courtroom. There's no cameras in the overflow room. Everybody in the gallery has been cleared, including Athena's family. And there is a woman who is testifying. We don't know what she's some type of expert witness, some type of doctor. We have no idea. The last witness was a friend of Tanner Horner's who, among other things that he testified about, the most pertinent probably and relevant testimony he gave, and I think that's what the focus, this makes sense to me, is that when they were drinking one time and they were into the cups, Tanner disclosed to him that he had been essayed as a child but did not go into details. So I'm thinking that that opened the door for this witness, but I can't think of who this would be. And I can't think of, because Rebecca doesn't remember this witness from the voir dire hearings that were held, 2 weeks ago? Also, hey, Colo, good to see you. Well, Dana, this is what I think. He was not, Tanner Horner has been charged with capital murder and aggravated kidnapping. Okay. I don't think that this witness would be talking about, I think this witness would be talking about Tanner's. There was an allegation that Tanner was assaulted as a child, like 9 years old. Hold on just 1 second. So Amber says, my only other guess would be something in regards to expert testimony on the video. Yeah, but why would they close the whole courtroom? Like when the video itself was played, the courtroom wasn't closed. Obviously, the cameras weren't allowed in, but the courtroom wasn't closed. Oh boy. Amber says, I know there have been rumblings that they have all been essayed. His alleged cousin has come out over the weekend saying that the brothers were assaulted and that that Tanner Horner assaulted the cousin? Or that Terry Horner assaulted the cousin? Yes, Tanner Horner? What? Yeah, but that wouldn't be, they wouldn't call, the defense wouldn't call an expert witness to talk about what. Oh, hell, what a mess. Sorry, I forgot to mute. Colo says, I have not been watching because it's too much for me. I will watch him go down. Any word on how the jurors are looking? Any simps in there? No, from what? Okay. So we're not getting as many updates on the jurors now as we were, say, at the end of week 2. So we're on week 4. At the end of week 2, the state rested, but not before. The last bit of evidence that they put on was the video and audio from outside, the video from outside of the truck, audio and video from inside the truck. So at one point, Horner does cover the camera. So the actual crime was audio only. But after he has put Athena's, I don't want to say dumped, even though it's tossed is what he said, but I don't want to use that word either. But I also don't want to say put, because put seems like I am softening what Tanner Horner did. And I don't want to, I'm not trying to do that either. It just hurts my heart to say disposed, after he disposed of Athena's body in the river. There we go. He gets back in the truck, and then he takes the sticker, whatever, off of the camera. And then there's video from that point on of him cleaning up the truck and smoking a cigarette and all that stuff, right? That's where the state left off. That's where they left it there. And Rebecca Lopez watched the jurors, and she reported that they were crying. They were visibly just wrecked after that. After that. So no, I think that there is, although this is a new wrinkle, however, I don't think that there is going to be a witness called, whether it is a civilian witness or an expert witness that is called, that is going to be able to provide any level of mitigating circumstances that is going to move the jury from finding that he needs to receive the death penalty. That's what I think. I do not think that I think that if this is the direction that the defense is going, where potentially they're putting on a witness, an expert witness, to talk about how cycles of abuse repeat themselves. I think that it would be an absolute insult and angry, and make the jury even angrier than they already are, because because I think the jury is going to think, you know what it is to be a victim. How could you do this to somebody else? Yeah, sorry, Colo, that I don't have like any new info. They're not. I am really curious myself about how the jury is feeling about the witnesses that have been presented thus far. I will say this: there was talk out of the courtroom that when like the first few expert witnesses were testifying, so there was an expert that was the first witness for the defense that testified about how basically you can't even that you can't really predict how a person will behave in prison in the future. That if you evaluate and analyze a defendant for sentencing, and you look at all of the factors, even though that defendant might check every single box, that doesn't necessarily mean that that defendant, when they get to prison, will be violent in prison. Conversely, he testified that somebody who checks no boxes, doesn't have any of the factors that you would use in making that determination, can and has become violent in prison. So basically, that expert testimony was paid a buttload of money to basically say what I'm going to tell you for free. People are going to people. And you can't ever be certain about what a person is or is not going to do later in the future. Is past behavior a good indication of future behavior? Sometimes, but also sometimes not. So basically, people will people, and you can't predict what they're going to do in the future. That was the first witness. Then there was a witness that spoke about Tanner Warner being exposed to lead. And even though he did not have any lead in his blood at the time that he was tested, which is why he was in jail awaiting trial, that he has lead in other parts of him, like his brain, and that's that can cause obviously defects and damage and blah blah blah. Then there was two more experts that basically, one of them, the first witness said his testimony was he looked at MRIs of Tanner Horner and showed like how his brain functions or doesn't function, where there's deficiencies, and but they're all actually, like, he's not impaired in any appreciable way, but that some of the deficiencies are in line with a early diagnosis of being on the spectrum. And then there was the last expert witness or whatever that testified about the makeup of the brain, and he didn't actually evaluate you know, he didn't actually evaluate Tanner. And so we were all really bored and we're going to call it a day. And then the judge was like, okay, that's enough. And that was the last witness. So then we were just done, which was lucky. But as far as the jury goes, they were bored during that time. That was the report from inside the courtroom, is that they were bored. Amber said the jury is also 60% women, and a lot of them probably mothers. I don't think they will be swayed. I'm curious, Amber. I'm not arguing, but I am curious where you heard the makeup of the jury, because I have Googled it 11 billion different ways, and I have been unable to find out anything like that, like the makeup of the jury, how many jurors are women, how many jurors are men, etc. So I'm curious about that. And Colo says in Texas, they don't play there, and they are used to giving out that the death penalty to degenerates, more likely to take him out in Texas. Yes, Texas is not going to play. We don't play here. We've never played. That is just the way that it is. And yes, our system for appeals is significantly faster than other states. So in Texas, you are 99.99999% more likely to actually die as a result of your punishment, i.e., capital punishment, okay, than old age. So, why you don't tell me this before, Amber? See, Amber, we could be friends, but this kind of stuff, you're not telling me. I'm just teasing. Of course, we can still be friends. Amber said, after your stream, I always go watch the after show at WFAA. They are amazing with updates. All right. Amber said, Rebecca said it, I believe, Monday on WFAA. She mentioned they also lost an alternate. Oh. Yeah, I was watching them, but then look, this week is the hard week for me. This is 4 days getting up at 4:30 in the morning, 1 day off, and then 4 days getting up at 4:30 in the morning. So plus then I stream all day, and then I need to fit into my schedule. WFAA is the local channel 8. It's ABC. It's a DFW local news station, and you can find it on YouTube. It's just hold on. It's like just search WFAA Texas on the tubes. No, I guess what I learned, Amber. It's Fox 4 DFW that's the feed camera. I thought WFAA was too, but I was wrong. I was wrong when I Googled it because, okay, this is a complete side quest that has absolutely nothing to do with this trial or anything else. As you guys may or may not be aware, there has been, YouTube is going through, and there's been many channels that have been hit with inauthentic content, which that's an AI situation. Sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong. Sword and Scale is one of them that got hit with an inauthentic content and demonetized, and I can't think of anything more authentic than Sword and Scale. So let's start there. But also reused content, which I know how that feels. I've been hit with the reused content. And so anyway, I was very, 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 very concerned about streaming trials. And I remember that because I can't find an updated policy, but the policy used to be that if there is a pool camera and you stream from the pool feed, yeah, you need to provide commentary and stuff like that, but it's acceptable that YouTube, that's in line with its policies. But there have been channels that have gotten dinged for streaming trials. So I was very, very concerned. So I went and I Googled who the pool feed camera is, and it is Fox 4 DFW. That's why we watched them yesterday. I know Coffee and Skeletons, but this is what I think with what's going on with the tubes. So exactly, Amber, because everyone has to use the feed camera, right? So that's why I went to see. And now this is where it becomes and I think that I'm going to, when there's another trial and I find out that, because Court TV, which is now owned by Law and Crime, but when they have been the pool feed for other trials before. So when that is the case, I think I'm going to have to like run a ticker like I am right now, identifying that this is the pool feed. So yeah. But anyway, I've been hit with reuse content a lot. I think personally, what happened to me was this. I went from, I did have like growth, and it was steady growth. But when Allie and I started covering Letitia, and then really when we started getting the Letitia Stout calls from El Paso County Jail, my channel grew really quickly in a very short amount of time. And I think that YouTube was just like knocking and checking, like, hello, this seems like crazy growth. And for what? Let's see what you're doing over here. So they demonetized me at a very inconvenient time. They demonetized me in November. So I didn't get paid for November or December until January. Anyway, I had to submit a video. I mean, look, I will say this for YouTube. All right. When I was demonetized and they notified me of it, the instructions on how to appeal it could not have been more clear. It literally tells you exactly what to do and what not to do. So I appealed it and I was successful. And I think that part of what makes YouTube unique is that it is regular, everyday people who make content, right? And with AI and everything that you can do with AI, I think YouTube is worried about the AI taking the you out of YouTube. The person, there's like a personal touch, and every creator is unique, and every creator brings something different to their own content. And I think they're concerned that with AI, that's not going to happen anymore, and they don't want that. And I think that and then there's other things like Ryan Hall. So Ryan Hall had his channel basically, and I mean, not just his whole channel, everything that makes Ryan Hall was duped. You know, they were taking his content, they made an AI avatar where it spoke and looked like him and all the things, right? Which is like dirty pool. That's wrong. So wrong on so many levels. And I think that YouTube is very, very concerned about that. And I respect that. Now, I'll tell you this. Oh, I think they might be back. I hear some noise, but they're not due back until 1. So let's just wait. I'll listen. Anywho, I used to be very I was scared of AI. I'm not going to lie. Okay. Because Skynet, not going to lie, Skynet, all about, like, if you don't know about if you've never watched The Terminator, watch The Terminator. Okay. And then you'll know what I mean by Skynet. Okay. I was afraid the machines would take over. I'm not lying. Like those thoughts, those movies come from someplace, right? I know they come from somebody's head, but then you start seeing like all of the things that we're advancing technologically in, and it's a little scary. But I'll tell you this. I think that AI if it's used correctly and responsibly, can be a very, very good thing. And I'll give you an example. As you guys know, because I've been talking about this for what seems like 7 years. Okay. I want to remake the opening sequence to Welcome to Derry, but with a true crime theme. Okay. Those images, even though I Googled how to describe those images and everything like that, the only place that could take what I'm thinking of and make the pictures that I need was ChatGPT. Not only that, but I have been working for months to learn how to use what is it called? A light motion. So a light motion is like it's the use of a 3D camera where you can zoom in and zoom out on the and adjust the scale and make something bigger, make something smaller, and then change the position of where it is in the frame on the X and Y. I forget what they're called, but anyway, there's a third option, which is the Z camera. Okay. Or the Z, what are the coordinate? And I've been working really hard to learn how to do that, because basically the way that Welcome to Derry opening credits they're two-dimensional, they're images, but they're made to move, and like it's called a drive-through camera effect. Anyway, but there's a steep learning curve to a light motion. And I have watched tutorial after tutorial after tutorial, including a light motion's own tutorials on their YouTube page. And for whatever reason, as many art classes as I've taken, like I understand depth, I understand perspective, I understand all of that stuff. That's old stuff. That's from art class. I could not translate that knowledge into using a light motion correctly. The only way that I got it, that I could understand it, is I put it into ChatGPT and I asked for step-by-step directions on how to use that. And ChatGPT helped me. It's the way that they put it, it clicked. Not that the people that were doing the tutorials don't do a fantastic tutorial. They do. I learned stuff from them. But just their teaching style and my learning style were not meshing, and it was very frustrating. And so I think in that way, I think that using AI for that kind of stuff, I think that's a responsible use of AI. And just FYI, yes, ChatGPT generated the images, but I still edited the images after that. And because there's a specific aesthetic that I wanted, and that you can only achieve through color grading. And so that's that's something that I want to do. So it's, even though that I had help with the images, right? Everything else is still me. They're not exactly like the images that came off of Chat GPT. So I think like anything else, I think that AI has a place, but I think that everything in moderation, basically, is what I'm saying. So like I'm telling you guys, I tried, short of buying another freaking app, which Chat GPT was, to create the images. I mean, I could have created like 3 images every day, but I decided that I'd like to create all the images at once so that I can edit them all at once, so that then I can put them in the intro all at once. And so that requires payment. But these other apps were, you would have to pay, and then who knows, um, um, yeah, who knows what, if I would get the images that I want. So yeah, of course there will be. Of course there will always be humans, Dana, that misuse everything. I mean, there are human beings now that are misusing everything or many things that has nothing to do with AI. There are bad people in the world. There are evil people in the world. But I'm talking about people who, and the laws will have to adapt to that. But I will say this, it is illegal whether they are AI generated or not. That specific, and it's not it that's not what that's called anymore, babe. They call it child sex abuse material, because that's what it is, because there's no consent. That's why. That's exactly it. Chicken lady said, I'm not afraid of AI, I'm afraid of the people who control it. Exactly. It's no different than anything else in this world. Everything, anything, including religion, can be misused, abused. It's oh, speaking of, have you guys watched on Netflix? Basically, I cannot now. The title, I know one of you guys will know. But it basically follows Warren Jeffs, the FLDS, though his people, but after he has, been in prison, and now, yeah, he still rules sort of, but then some, and then he wasn't speaking to anybody for a while, and this other guy came in and took over. Have you guys watched that? Because I found that to be fascinating. I wondered what was going to happen to the FLDS. Hold on, I'll Google what it's called because I can't think of it now. Trust Me, the False Prophet. That's what it's called. It's about Samuel Bateman and his, no, not Keep Sweet. Keep Sweet follows the FLDS even after Warren Jeff's arrest and conviction, and when he was actually still communicating with his people and giving out directions. This is after Warren Jeffs stopped communicating with his followers. The state came in and sort of tried to take over Colorado City and handle the people. And yeah, so it's quite interesting, actually. It's quite interesting. Quite interesting. All right, let's see what's going to happen today. I got to give a shout out to the law enforcement that escorts Tanner Horner into the court every single day, and the amount of restraint it takes not to accidentally, on purpose, shove him.
Are you going to the war? Would you grab my sippy cup for me, please? Thanks.
Are you kidding me? Your sippy cup? Seriously? Well, Brandy, according to this documentary, he is no longer. So, I mean, because this is what allowed that Samuel Bateman to come in and take over, because Warren Jeffs, the last edict that he issued was there was to be no sex, there were to be no marriages, and there were to be no children. And there were some FLDS members, including Bateman, who violated that edict. They had children and were marrying, because he was marrying too. At the time, the women that he was marrying were over the age of 18. That changed. Anyway, Warren Jeffs, according to this documentary, has not been issuing edicts for quite some time. So I don't think that they were kind of left onto their own devices and kind of didn't know what to do, because they weren't getting any direction. After that direction, that was it. Oh, thank you. Thank you for sending that.
Steve,
That was so cute. To stay hydrated. That's so cute. I love that. I want it to play again. How can I get it to do that? Look how cute it is. It's a little turtle drinking. Oh my God. Thank you so much. I love that. Oh, Melissa sent it too. Thank you so much, Melissa. I love that. How cute is that? Okay, Jonah's mom. I'm going to show you. Hang on, just real quick. Let me just go to YouTube really quick. I'll show you guys. Hang on. Let me show you. Oh, wait. I think I have to do it from my other. Let me do it from this one. I think I have to do it from this one, because I don't know if it'll let you send yourself gifts. All right, hold on. I'll show you. All right. Oh, let me move me. Hold on. All right, so, and yes, I liked my own stream. I sure did. Right here. Oh, I don't have it on here. Is it not? You can't do it. Okay, so in between, it's in between here. In between the heart and the so the on your phone, the heart will be up here. And then you'll have this, and then next to the gift sign will be, or next to the money sign will be a little present. I wonder why I can't do it. Hold on. I wonder why it doesn't show that on the, hold on. I wonder why. Maybe because no. Yeah, it doesn't, I guess you can't do it on a computer. I guess you can only do it on a phone. But yeah, isn't that cute? Oh my God, thank you guys. Thank you so much. That's so cute. You don't have a little present? Is your app up to date? I guess they're going to let this woman testify. I'm very curious as to what she's going to be testifying to. But it's right next. It literally looks like a gift box. It's right next to the chat box. It's a swinging purple box. Yeah. All right, here we go. We're never going to hear what this dadgum witness has to say if I don't push play.
All right, y'all ready?
Ready.
Okay, let's go.
Yes, he does, Amber. He does, but he seemed like he was looking at somebody. Look.
All right, y'all ready?
Ready.
Okay, let's go.
What the hell is he looking at? Ew. All right, let's go. Let's go forward. Also, no lie, from the back, I honestly thought that she was Dorothy Lewis. I'm not going to lie. She looked like Dorothy Lewis to me. And I held my breath for a second, and then I had to get all the the rational part of my brain and realize that could not possibly be possible.
We're missing one. Everybody can be seated. That's why they put extra chairs in there, so I can make sure that everybody's here. We are ready to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been sworn previously to testify truthfully. Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, before we proceed with Dr. Ryan, the defense offers, make sure I get the numbers correct, defense exhibits number 80, 81, 82, 83, and 84, which have all been on file with the clerk of court, and the state has also been given copies
Any objections?
None, Your Honor. Thank you.
Defense Exhibits 80 through 84 are admitted.
Good afternoon, Dr. Ryan. How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Dr. Ryan, if you would please just go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury.
I am Dr. Eileen Ryan.
And Dr. Ryan, what do you do for a living?
I am a professor of psychiatry and behavioral health at the Ohio State University College of Medicine. I'm the vice chair of clinical affairs, and I am a general adult, child and adolescent, and forensic psychiatrist.
Could I have you slide that over just a little bit? Your voice is very soft, so there you go.
That's the first time anyone's said
I
that.
understand. Ms. Anderson.
That's something you and I share in common. Dr. Ryan, tell the jury a little bit about your educational background.
So I graduated undergraduate from New York University. I went to medical school at Midwestern University, which then was called the Chicago College of Osteopathic Medicine. After that, I did a medical surgical internship at Baptist Medical Center in New York. Then I did my general psychiatry and child and adolescent psychiatry fellowship at the University of Pittsburgh, Western Psychiatric Institute and Clinic. I did a forensic fellowship at the University of Virginia.
Dr. Ryan, you had said that you were a doctor of osteopathic medicine. Is there a difference between osteopathic and a medical doctor?
Not all that much anymore. Osteopathic physicians have education in osteopathic manipulative technique during medical school. There proportionately are more osteopathic physicians go into primary care, like family medicine, internal medicine, pediatrics, than MDs do. And I think osteopathic physicians have always prided themselves on having a more holistic approach, although I think teaching in an MD medical school now, I think MDs have certainly adopted that over the years.
Osteopathic manipulation, what does that mean?
Well, it's different from chiropractic, but it's manipulation of the musculoskeletal system for various, disorders. For example, back pain, various musculoskeletal disorders.
Well, Dr. Ryan, are you licensed to practice medicine in the state of Ohio?
Yes.
Are you licensed to practice medicine in any other state?
I'm licensed to practice medicine in Virginia, also and in Kentucky.
Are you board certified in any discipline?
Yes, I am board certified in general psychiatry, in child and adolescent psychiatry, and in forensic psychiatry.
Dr. Ryan, for this particular case, did you have to obtain a temporary medical license to practice in Texas?
Yes.
And were you able to do that?
Yes.
You had mentioned that you were a professor at Ohio State University. How long have you been a professor?
Since 2017.
You had also mentioned that you were a vice chair. What does that mean?
Basically, it is a title that encompasses the promotion of the clinical enterprise within the department. So my role is to basically promote clinical excellence in all of our clinical endeavors. So we have an 84-bed inpatient hospital. We have a huge ambulatory footprint, consult liaison, emergency, psychiatry. One of my roles is to integrate psychiatry into the medical center. So we have our psychiatrists in neurology and in our cancer hospital, etc.
So does that mean you still see patients?
Yes.
And how often do you see patients?
I see patients probably about three days a week. My primary clinical role at this point in time is in our psychiatric emergency service at Ohio State. Because I'm a child and adolescent psychiatrist, I also work in the pediatric crisis department over at Nationwide Children's Hospital. I see some outpatients, and I also do some inpatient work.
So you mentioned child and adolescent psychiatry. Is that your specialty area?
Well, it's one of my specialty areas.
What other specialty areas do you have?
I would say forensic psychiatry is one, also emergency psychiatry.
Is there any, do you have a focus within your clinical practice?
I would say that clinically I see patients with mood disorders. I guess what I would be most known for is suicidal patients, the study of and treatment of patients who are suicidal, risk assessment, violence risk assessment, a variety of clinical things that I do.
And you're a man correctional witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Ryan, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit number 78. Do you recognize this?
That's my CV or resume.
Is this a true and accurate representation of the experience that you bring to court today?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the defense offers Defense Exhibit number 78.
No objections. Defense 78 is admitted.
Dr. Ryan, I was looking at your resume and I saw something related to University of Virginia.
Yes.
Were you the medical director at the were you the medical director of the Institute of Law, Psychiatry, and Public Policy there?
Yes, I was.
What does that mean?
Well, the Institute of Law, Psychiatry, and Public Policy is really a think tank that assists in advising the state legislature, judges. Also, we have a clinic that evaluates primarily defendants. I also initiated doing more civil work, also started the child forensic clinic. We also teach how to do various types of evaluations, for example, capital sentencing evaluations, insanity evaluations, competency to stand trial, sex offender evaluations, a variety of forensic evaluations.
So you're one of the people that trains people to do what you do?
I did when I was at UVA, and now I work with fellows. Those are individuals they're physicians who've completed medical school and their psychiatry residency, sometimes their child and adolescent fellowship also, and are now doing a forensic psychiatry fellowship.
Dr. Ryan, have you ever been published in any peer-reviewed publications?
Yes.
What does it mean to be peer-reviewed?
That means, well, maybe it's easier to talk about the process. You submit an article. It could be a research article. It could be a review article. It could be a variety of different types of articles to a medical journal. And then the editor sends that out to various experts in that field to review it and critique if it's suitable for publication, if the methodology is good, if it's something that adds to the research body, to the literature body. And then if it's accepted, typically nothing's accepted the first time around, and it's sent back with revisions, and if the authors are able to do the revisions and resubmit it, it may be published.
And Dr. Ryan, what type of articles have you written? What generally was your topic of publication?
Well, it would sort of vary depending on, kind of what my interests and work was at the time. And I started out at University of Pittsburgh being very interested in self-injurious behavior, so I wrote an article on that. People who cut themselves or headbang, things like that. I also have submitted written articles that have been published on competency to stand trial, sexual assault, mood disorders among juvenile offenders, and also my research when I was at UVA was in violence against staff in a psychiatric hospital. So I had done research and published on that. I've published on mental illness and the death penalty.
Now,
And other things, yeah.
Approximately how many times have you been published in peer review articles?
I guess I have never counted them up, but I guess about 15 times. And then I have book chapters also that I've written on suicide, malingering or deception, psychiatric emergencies, interviewing.
Other than book chapters, have you written any books?
Yes, I edited and wrote part of a book on juvenile sexual offending.
Dr. Ryan, have you ever consulted on legal cases before?
Yes.
Approximately how many times have you consulted on cases?
Probably over the last 25 years, I would say about at least 50 times, maybe closer to 75.
Have you worked for both the state and the defense in these cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you worked in both state and federal court?
Yes, I have.
Dr. Ryan, are you being paid for your time to be here?
Yes, I am.
Now, I understand that you work for Ohio State University. How does that work with you working for them and you being here with us? Do you get paid or does Ohio State get paid?
The payment goes to Ohio State.
Dr. Ryan, what is your hourly fee?
$700 an hour.
Is the standard within the practice that you've seen?
Yes, some less, some more. Some experts less, some experts more.
Approximately how many hours have you worked on this case so far?
I haven't counted them up again. OSU gets that payment, but I would say it's at least 100 hours.
Dr. Ryan, what were you asked to do in this case? What was what we call the referral question?
I was asked to do a comprehensive forensic psychiatric evaluation for the purpose of mitigation.
What is a forensic psychiatric evaluation for purposes of mitigation?
So, mitigation in a capital case would be doing a thorough psychiatric evaluation to help inform the jury about the life of the defendant, and are there any mitigating factors that they might consider with respect to coming to the conclusion of death versus life in prison without the possibility of parole. And that's something that is law, essentially, that the death penalty, according to the Supreme Court, is reserved for the worst of the worst.
And I'm sorry for interrupting, Dr. Ryan. You had mentioned that you perform these evaluations, but is there testing involved in these evaluations?
Other experts potentially will do testing. I don't do testing. I don't think I have ever done testing in a capital mitigation case. Sometimes I will do testing in other types of forensic evaluations. But what I do in terms of my methodology is a comprehensive review of all of the records. That would be, do you want me to talk about what records I've reviewed? Okay.
Yeah. Were you provided, you said that you reviewed records. Did you prepare a report in this case?
Yes, I did.
Is there a comprehensive list of the records that you reviewed contained within that report?
There is.
Are there any additional records that you reviewed after completing your report?
I want to add one thing, which during the previous hearing I was in error about. I didn't include my interview of the in-home therapist.
Okay.
So that was done prior to getting additional records. And then, after completing my report, I received additional documents and provided the prosecution with a list of those. You who provided the prosecution with a list.
Dr. Where did you get the records that you reviewed?
From the defense team.
Now, did you receive any reports from other experts as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you rely solely on the records you received and the reports that you received from the other experts when doing your evaluation?
No.
What else do you do in an evaluation?
In this kind of a forensic evaluation, you do a comprehensive interview, typically several interviews, with the defendant, and I met with Mr. Horner for about 18 and a half hours over the course of 4 times. I also interviewed collateral sources of information, people who might be able to shed some light on the defendant, his development, his functioning. I met some of those individuals in person, others I met on Zoom or by phone.
Dr. Ryan, why is it important to have all of this information?
Well, in any forensic evaluation, you have to have a low threshold for suspecting malingering. And so a forensic evaluation is different from and malingering would be being deceptive. A clinical evaluation, your threshold for suspecting that is much lower.
Again, I'm sorry for interrupting, but would you please explain to the jury what malingering means?
Deception. Malingering is basically attempting to deceive with the purpose of some gain. So in a civil case, it might be attempting to, portraying yourself as far more impaired than you actually are in order to get a big payout, for example. In a criminal case, it might be feigning or pretending to be psychotic in order to, get an insanity defense, something like that.
And in order to determine whether a person is malingering, is that why you look at all of the records?
That's one of the reasons. Also, every individual, in every case, not only in forensic evaluations, often, there are family members and others who have more insight into how they function than they might have themselves. That's true of even neurotypical people. And with someone who has an autism spectrum disorder, that's even more the case.
Do you try to review all of the records before conducting the interviews with the client?
I review all of the records that I have received prior to interviewing the client. Yes, your client.
May I approach your own?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Dr. Ryan, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 79. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is my report.
Is this the report that you prepared after interviewing Mr. Horner, reviewing the records, and interviewing all the collateral witnesses?
Yes.
Is it a true and accurate representation of your findings?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, defense offers of Defense Exhibit number 79.
No objection, sure.
Defense Exhibit 79 is admitted.
Now, Dr. Ryan, in your review of the records, did you review records from the Wise County Health Systems?
Yes.
Did you review records from Tarrant County MHMR?
Yes.
Did you review records from the hospital known as JPS?
Yes, I did.
Did you review records from the hospital known as Millwood?
Yes.
And did you review other records from the hospital known as JPS?
Yes.
conduct a forensic psychiatric evaluation, how important is it to get a family history?
It's very important.
Why is it important?
Well, for a variety of reasons. One is you find out about the upbringing of the defendant. You also find out about the family mental health history, because many psychiatric disorders have a familial basis, a genetic basis that you want to be aware of. It's also important to, expounding on what I had said earlier, understanding the developmental history of any defendant. You really need to know what kind of a family they grew up in, what kind of influences they were subjected to, both positive and negative.
Dr. Ryan, based upon your review of the records and your interviews with all of the witnesses in this case, do you feel that you were able to get a pretty comprehensive medical history of Tanner's family?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the psychiatric history that you were able to obtain, specifically related to the maternal side. Was there any significant history of mental health issues on Tanner's maternal side?
Yes, there was significant mental health history on the maternal side. His maternal grandmother suffers from depression. She's been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, but she doesn't believe that she has bipolar disorder. And the records that I reviewed weren't very clear on that either. She also was very traumatized during her own childhood, sexually abused. His mother has a history of significant, severe mental illness. Now, she's been diagnosed with major depression with psychotic features, schizoaffective disorder, and bipolar disorder. Now, those disorders are kind of mutually exclusive. You can't have all three of those. But from reviewing the records, she had extensive psychiatric records that I reviewed. She has been psychotic, and it didn't appear that that was only in the context of substance use, that persisted even outside of substance use.
And I believe you said that all of these diagnoses were documented in medical records that you reviewed?
They were all documented in the medical records, yes. The maternal grandmother has several siblings, two of whom completed suicide. A sister who was apparently very successful and had a diagnosis of bipolar disorder, who killed herself when she was about 40. There's also a brother who killed himself by firearm, a younger brother. And she has other older brothers who have been diagnosed with one with paranoid schizophrenia, another one with bipolar disorder.
Why is all of this important when you evaluate Tanner for this particular case?
It gives me some insight into what kind of biologically based vulnerabilities he may have to mental illness. There's also, family history is also replete with substance use disorders. And those we know are also, there's an inherited basis potentially to those also.
With regards to the substance use disorder, and was that on both the maternal and the paternal sides?
Yes, there's the paternal side. His biological father died before I had any opportunity to interview him, but he reportedly, and there's actually medical records that I reviewed his records. He has a history of depression, significant substance use. He also had a serious suicide attempt while in jail, during which he was cut down, and in the process of being cut down, when he fell to the floor, broke his foot.
What do you mean cut down?
He was found hanging.
Dr. Ryan, I want to turn your attention to Tanner Horner in this case, all right? You said that you had reviewed all of the medical records in this case. Were you able to obtain a comprehensive history or view of Tanner's own psychiatric issues?
Yes.
Historically speaking, what kinds of diagnoses has Tanner had over his lifetime?
He has had over his lifetime Asperger's disorder, autism spectrum disorder, as the diagnostic category changed, major depressive disorder, recurrent and severe. He has had ADHD, significant attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. That has been since childhood. He's also received the diagnosis of bipolar disorder. That was also in the medical records.
Based upon your review of the medical records, were you able to determine whether he had ever been prescribed any medications?
Yes, he was prescribed numerous medications over the years. When he was early adolescence, I believe, potentially middle school, he was prescribed what we call stimulant medication for ADHD, Metadate, and Concerta. He's also been prescribed Strattera, and that was prescribed quite recently prior to this offense. He's been prescribed several antidepressants, sertraline, which is Zoloft, mirtazapine, which is Remeron, and fluoxetine, which is Prozac. Also bupropion, which is Wellbutrin. He's been prescribed 2 antipsychotics, although it appears that those were prescribed more for sleep disturbance than any actual psychosis, olanzapine and quetiapine.
Dr. Ryan, are these medications consistent with the diagnoses that you saw in the records?
Yes.
I'd like to talk to you a little bit about some of the specific instances that you read about in the records. I want to turn your attention to the records for Millwood in 2018. Do you recall an instance, or do you recall why Tanner was admitted to Millwood in September of 2018?
Yes, the police were called by his ex-girlfriend. He had indicated to her that she should look at Facebook because he was going to be killing himself. And she rushed over to where he was living at the time. I believe it was his grandmother's shed, and found him unconscious. And the police were called. And he was involuntarily admitted to Millwood. He didn't want to go voluntarily.
Do you recall how long he was in the hospital?
He was in the hospital for about a week.
I want to turn your attention to the records from Tarrant County in 2022. Based upon your review of the records, were you able to determine whether or not Tanner was seeing anybody at Tarrant County MHMR on a regular basis?
He was.
Specifically, in May of 2022, did he see his provider?
The individual who prescribed medication?
Yes.
Yes. And he also was seeing, I believe, a therapist too.
When he went to go see the provider, was an intake performed? Do you recall?
I don't recall, but I don't recall exactly the intake itself.
Okay.
But he was diagnosed with major depression recurrent, ADHD, and prescribed antidepressants, 2 antidepressants, and Strattera.
Do you recall if he talked to his provider about any of the stressors in his life that he was experiencing at the time in May of 2022?
Yes, he basically went for treatment because he was feeling increasingly depressed and suicidal. He was not hospitalized at that time, but was referred to this something called a mobile crisis program, which is what he was involved in. He was under a great deal of stress. He had difficulties in terms of his relationship with his fiance's family. I believe that he was living with them and was having a lot of stressors around that, not only in terms of the relationship, but in terms of the number of people living in the house and just the noise factor and kind of the chaos in the home. He also was stressed by work. His fiance had experienced.
And I was going to say, I'm going to stop you right there for a moment because I want to go back to May of 2022. And then we'll get to the other issues that he was dealing with in just a moment. Based upon the records that you reviewed from Tarrant County, was the last date of service October of 2022?
Yes.
Was that about 6 weeks before the kidnap and murder of Athena Strand?
Yes, it was.
Now, after his arrest, was there an incident in the Wise County Jail involving Tanner?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
I'm trying to recall. It was several months after he had been incarcerated in the jail. He attempted to kill himself by cutting his upper extremities and cutting lower extremities. And this was a serious suicide attempt in that when he was brought to the hospital, he was hypotensive, which means he had very low blood pressure due to loss of blood. And according to the records I reviewed, required a transfusion.
What is a transfusion?
A blood transfusion.
What does that mean?
It means that, and reviewing his labs, something called his hemoglobin and hematocrit were low, which indicates that he had lost a lot of blood. And if I remember correctly, I think his systolic blood pressure, which is that top number in your blood pressure, which is typically about 120, I think his was like 50 or 60. So he had lost quite a bit of blood.
What does it mean to have a systolic of 50 or 60?
That the term is hypotensive. He was not, his blood pressure was very low, and that means that there wasn't a lot of blood for the heart to pump around the body. And he was, if I remember correctly in the records, it seemed like he was confused, somewhat disoriented. So this was a legitimate and very serious attempt.
Dr. Ryan, in addition to the hanging attempt in 2018, the suicidal ideations in May of 2022, and the suicide attempt in the jail in May of 2023, were there other instances that you noted in the records of Tanner either causing self-harm or trying to commit suicide?
Well, there's the head banging and the self-harm that he experiences when he becomes very dysregulated and overwhelmed. But there was also an incident when he was hit with a plank by his grandfather. He didn't see that coming, in large part because of his difficulty with perspective taking and seeing, kind of how people are registering emotion. His father knocked him down with a plank or some big stick to the floor. And he indicated this to me, and his grandmother did also. and he went upstairs and cut himself very deeply in a suicide attempt. Then he came downstairs. He was bleeding profusely. His grandmother took him to the hospital, and he received 16 sutures. He did not reveal to the hospital personnel that he had cut himself. He said he had, I believe he told them that he had cut himself. He had fallen off a roof or something and fell onto a gutter and cut himself that way.
Dr. Ryan, based upon your review of the records and your evaluation of Tanner, is it your opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that Tanner meets the diagnostic criteria for autism spectrum disorder?
Yes.
I'm not pausing. Amber, can you hear me now? This is me pausing for real. I haven't paused once. I don't know if maybe you're buffering, babe, or what the deal is, but I haven't paused not one time since she's been on the stand, except for this time.
What about alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder associated with exposure?
That's a little redundant on my part, but yes, a neurodevelopmental disorder related to fetal alcohol.
Does he meet the criteria for major depressive disorder?
Yes, he does, recurrent.
Post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes.
Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder?
Yes.
Motor tic disorder?
Yes.
And you mentioned bipolar disorder rule out. What does that mean?
You know, the records had numerous references to him having manic, or what we call hypomanic episodes. And I believe that he has been diagnosed in the records at some point with having bipolar disorder. However, you know, the kind of evaluation that I'm able to do in a forensic evaluation is far more comprehensive than the kind of evaluations that I can do in 15 minutes in my practice clinically. I just don't have that kind of access in a psychiatric evaluation clinically. I was able to review all of these records, talk with numerous collateral sources, and also to talk with Mr. Horner himself, and I could not determine that he actually met criteria for that disorder. Because, you know, all of these disorders have pretty strict criteria. You have to meet a certain number of criteria in order to get the diagnosis. He clearly meets the diagnosis for major depressive disorder, but you have to have, for hypomania, 4 days at least of clear hypomanic symptoms most of the day on consecutive days. And for mania, it's 7 days. And I just couldn't get enough information to make that diagnosis.
So does that mean he didn't have bipolar?
No, it doesn't mean that. I just did not have enough information to make the diagnosis to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Okay, hold on one moment. Did you also have some diagnoses of substance use?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan, how important are diagnoses for a forensic psychiatric evaluation in a capital murder case?
Well, just generally, the jury might consider these diagnoses, these disorders, to be mitigating. They certainly impact how Mr. Horner developed, moved through the world, how he came to be the person that he is.
I want to talk to you a little bit about some of these individual diagnoses. We have talked about autism throughout this trial. Based upon your review of the records and review of the reports from other experts in this case, was Tanner given a diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder?
At some point later, yes. He was given the diagnosis of Asperger's disorder. And with the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, moving from DSM-4 to DSM-5, there was a change in that diagnostic schema. So there is no more Asperger's disorder. Individuals like Mr. Horner, who they would now fall under the category of autism spectrum disorder.
Is there a difference between Asperger's and autism?
Well, in the DSM-4, autistic disorder, Asperger's disorder, and something called unspecified pervasive developmental disorder were all under the diagnostic category of pervasive developmental disorder. And autistic disorder typically was describing individuals who were significantly impaired in terms of their intellectual ability. So they often, more than 70% would have fallen into the intellectually disabled category, what used to be called mental retardation, and they didn't have language. So that was the difference. Asperger's was the diagnosis for individuals who had normal or above average IQ and also had developed language. But they still had severe social communication deficits.
Based upon your evaluation of Tanner and of the witnesses, what kind of deficits did he present throughout his life?
Well, he's had the major first criteria are persistent deficits in social communication and social interaction. And these have to be across multiple domains, not only in one domain. And he certainly, from the records, it was very clear that he had these difficulties. Deficits in what we call social emotional reciprocity. Being able to recognize social cues. I don't want to go into a lot of detail if that's already been gone into, but deficits in nonverbal communication. It was noted in the records that he made eye contact, didn't make good eye contact. What was interesting, and I suspect that this was related to some of the in-home therapy that he got, his eye contact was far too much throughout my evaluation. Staring, not doing, when typically when neurotypical people interact with someone, they don't maintain eye contact constantly. You drop your eyes, you look away a little bit. He very seldom did that.
And I'm going to stop you right there and say, what significance is that?
That he has deficits in nonverbal communication. So that's one of the things that if you're with him for a significant amount of time, you start to feel a little uncomfortable, right? Because there's that staring. There's also deficits in developing and maintaining relationships, and that was very clear in the records and from the history that I got from collateral sources.
Speaking of the collateral sources, were the collateral sources that you spoke with, were they able to give you any further insight into the deficits that Tanner exhibited?
Well, I spoke with his mother and his grandmother, so they, his grandmother, particularly in retrospect, recognized deficits very early on. One of the things that she mentioned, which is very typical of autistic individuals, is instead of playing with a car, the way that a little kid would play with a car. He was kind of focused on turning the wheels, which is kind of this focus on parts rather than the whole. They noted that he tended to play by himself. And when he was in preschool, other kids didn't really want to play with him. And also when they would approach him to play, he didn't interact with them in the way that other kids would be expected to interact. He had difficulty. Now, preschoolers are not known for sharing, but he was even more, focused on just doing his own thing. And the relationship issues have progressed throughout his life. That was noted in the school records. It was noted by the in-home therapist. These deficits that really prohibit him from taking other people's perspectives, communicating adequately, and then in adulthood, these kinds of deficits that you see with individuals on the spectrum, they become in many ways more pronounced in adolescence because you have to do things in adolescence in terms of relationships that are more complicated than during childhood. So things only got worse.
So Dr. Ryan, the information that you received from the collaterals, did they corroborate the testing of other experts? Did they corroborate what you saw in the medical records going back a decade?
Totally.
I want to talk about the diagnosis of major depressive disorder. How common is it to have a comorbidity of depression with autism?
Very common.
Did you find that to be the case with Tanner?
Yes.
Explain to the jury what major depressive disorder is.
So major depressive disorder is a mood disorder in which someone is pervasively depressed, down, sad mood, or losing interest or pleasure in usual activities for at least 2 weeks. And it's not a kind of on and off thing. It doesn't have to be every single minute, but it's pretty much most of the day, nearly every day for at least 2 weeks. And then you need to have 5 out of 9 symptoms in order to meet the criteria. For example, sleep disturbance, appetite disturbance, loss of energy, the loss of pleasure that I mentioned before, preoccupation with death or suicidal ideation, decreased concentration, feelings of helplessness, hopelessness. So there are 9 of them. I don't know if I mentioned them all in that, but you have to have at least 5.
Dr. Ryan, how does depression...
Can I just add one thing?
Oh, sure.
It has to really limit your functioning.
Well, how does depression affect a person's functioning?
Well, it's very individualized, of course, right? For some individuals, decreased motivation is another one of the symptoms. So, it can be an increase in sadness. It can be an increase in irritability. It might be a lack of motivation to work, for example. So you might see that someone with an excellent work ethic suddenly starts showing up late for work or isn't performing at work the way they used to.
What about cognitive abilities?
Definitely affects cognitive abilities in terms of memory, in terms of there are neural circuitry that's affected in depression, in terms of being able to utilize foresight. It does affect your cognition. It makes you slower potentially in terms of your thinking.
Dr. Ryan, another one of the diagnoses that you noted was...
Let me tell you what we're not hearing, because I've been thinking about this for the longest time. I've been watching you guys' chats, but you know what we're not hearing? We're hearing a lot of, deficits in processing, in communication, understanding communication from others, You know what we're not hearing? Prone to fucking violence. He may have had all of these things. That's true. That could be true. He may be all of the things that she just listed. But none of those things caused what happened on November 30th, 2022. Not only that, but it's not like they're not going to get up there and say that it's a reason, right? And to Amber Riot's point, yes, there were other kids in the family who had it worse. There were other, and they didn't do this. So, this is not gonna, I don't think that the jury is gonna find this mitigating.
Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, also known as ADHD. What, during your evaluation of Tanner, did he exhibit any signs or symptoms that would lead you to believe, or let me rephrase that. What signs or symptoms did he exhibit that led you to believe that ADHD was a valid diagnosis?
Well, you have to recognize that in a structured setting, I mean, we were in a interview room, just him and I, and even individuals with significant ADHD might be able to focus in interview. It's when they're in unstructured settings that you really see some of those deficits more profoundly. So with me, it was kind of difficult to separate out what was the autism versus what was distractibility secondary to ADHD. But he was distractible. He was also, kind of impulsive, but he had what I would call impulsive responding that was at times very inappropriate. That could also be related to his Asperger, his autism spectrum disorder. I think, if I may, I think what's important is recognizing that these comorbidities, rather than just being additive, are compounding. So when you're adding in primarily autism spectrum disorder, major depression, ADHD, and PTSD, you're creating problems that are more significant than each of those disorders creates individually.
Well, let's look at these three that we had just talked about. We talked about autism, depression, and ADHD. But before we do that, one thing that I wanted to ask you that I almost forgot about was there was testimony related to Tanner eating coins. Would that information be relevant to his ADHD diagnosis?
Is she kidding me? Oh my God. Would that be relevant to his ADHD diagnosis? He ate coins. Relative how? Relative in that people with ADHD eat things they shouldn't eat, or relative like, are you trying to suggest that eating the coins somehow led to the ADHD?
No, you shut up! Don't talk to me! Don't talk to me, criminal!
I like, what? Sorry.
Well, yes. The records seem to indicate, and the history from sources that I spoke to, was that he had a particularly severe form of ADHD. We see that with individuals who have had exposure to alcohol prenatally. That is related to, that fetal alcohol spectrum disorder is associated with pretty severe ADHD. That level of, kids pick up things and put them in their mouths, right? But it sounds like his eating coins was way out of proportion to what you would see, particularly if there was any level of supervision with just a kid who has ADHD. There's also, to be eating inanimate objects would be something called pica, which is another disorder. I don't have enough information to be able to diagnose that, but just eating random things that are objects.
Dr. Ryan, so when looking at the autism, looking at the depression, looking at the ADHD diagnoses, how would these three working together impact a person's ability to cope with anxiety or stress?
Just the autism spectrum disorder alone hampers one's ability to cope with anxiety and stress. So you add all of these other disorders and you've got a compounding of his difficulties dealing with stress. And stress is kind of a very generic term, but there are very specific kinds of stressors that really are particularly problematic for him. So disruptions in routine, for example.
Right, and in about half a page, we're going to talk some more about the stressors in this.
I don't care. Look, here's the deal, okay? Would it be routine for him to go and apply for a job and then be called for an interview and then have to go down to an independent lab for a urinalysis? I mean, that's not common for me, right? And I'm not on the spectrum, but if Tanner Horner, one of his stressors is a lack of routine, a lack of knowing what is going to happen from 1 minute to the next, it seems to me that the applying, interviewing, drug testing for a job would fall into that category, something that does not happen and occur on a day-to-day basis. So how is it that he was able to cope and maintain, so much so that he was fucking employable? And we're not talking about he was employable as a package sorter or a truck loader, okay? We're talking about he was hired to drive a vehicle all over Hell's Half Acre and deliver packages. I find what's coming out of this lady's mouth incongruent with the other testimony that is not disputed, i.e., what his job was. I think also I don't think she's testifying about any metal poisoning like lead that he may have gotten from ingesting coins. I think she's speaking to the behavior itself. I mean, yeah, you guys, Melissa said he agreed. He was a driver, employable. This is crazy testimony. I mean, in the service industry, right, there is a hierarchy of jobs. Okay. At the top of that is driving a company vehicle and delivering packages. Okay. Like, come on. So Sarah says, ASD coping skills number 1, any change of routine must be given a heads up. My son, 18, is just now learning to drive. So Sarah, since you have experience with this type of situation, type of diagnosis, and I know that not everybody on the spectrum is the same, but there are some consistencies that are present across the spectrum. How am I wrong And please tell me if I am, because I really do want to know and understand. Would what I proposed, the applying for a job, getting a call for an interview, and then interviewing, usually once you've interviewed, they send you almost immediately for a drug test. How would all of that play? How would that be a stressor? Sarah says, when you interview, you know testing will be done. That's expected, mitigating that change. Well, any job interview that I've been on, the only time that I was sent for testing is if I got the job. Like they didn't interview me and then not offer me the position, send me for drug testing, and then you know what I mean? Like every time that they sent me for drug testing, it was because I got the job. They wanted to hire me pending the results of the drug test. Well, Amber says, but the thing is, he never really had a routine. He was playing shows all over, never held a job for over a year and a half, and partied. That doesn't sound routine to me. Crafting and True Crime, Jacqueline says, for my son, all those things would stress him out. Applying, writing, or completing an application and everything following would be a change equals stress to his routine. See, I feel like I am not certain, and I am not convinced that I don't think that Tanner Horner is on the autism spectrum. I am much more inclined to believe a diagnosis of fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, because there are a lot of things that he exhibits, even going back all the way to like the evaluations and like in elementary school and junior high school. It's the anger. It's the lack of empathy. I've never seen somebody be diagnosed or be described as lacking empathy when the writer of the report is really trying to convey a lack of being able to understand emotional and social cues. A lack of empathy, in my mind anyway, means something very, very specific. I think there is a difference between a lack of empathy and not understanding why somebody did what they did. Or why I can have empathy and simultaneously not understand why somebody feels the way they do about something. Does that make sense? So I don't know. I don't know. I'm not certain that I'm not qualified to diagnose or anything like that, but I am allowed to give my opinion, and I'm just not certain that I agree with a diagnosis of autism.
Case. But I want to go back to the diagnoses for a moment.
Okay.
These diagnoses that we talked about, they seem to have had an impact on impulse control. Now, with regards to the other diagnoses that he had, you had noted that there was a prenatal alcohol exposure. So I'd like to talk a little bit about that. Does a fetus have control over what the mother puts into her body?
No.
Are women supposed to consume alcohol while pregnant?
No.
Why not?
Well, alcohol is a neurotoxin, and there is a great deal of research on the toxicity to the fetal brain. It's not clear how much is too much. Some literature and research indicates that 2 drinks in one sitting can be, which I think may be a little excessive actually, but there's research that indicates that can be that can be toxic to the developing brain. It all really depends on where this kind of an insult hits. So, in Mr. Tanner's case, his mother was very heavily consuming alcohol for the first 8.5 weeks of the pregnancy.
I was going to ask, are there times in a pregnancy that a developing fetus is more vulnerable than other times?
Yes, the brain is developing during that first trimester.
And so what can happen if a mother drinks during the first trimester?
It can have a very negative effect on the fetus's developing brain.
What kind of effect can alcohol exposure have on a child's executive functioning?
It can very negatively affect executive functioning. And executive functioning is basically the frontal lobe of our brains. That area in the front behind the forehead is what is responsible for executive functioning, particularly what's called the prefrontal cortex. So that is important in terms of judgment, rational thinking, impulse control, those types of functions.
How can drinking during the first trimester affect adaptive deficit behavior?
Can you explain what you mean by that?
How about if I move on to the next question, because that one didn't make any sense. So how can drinking during the first trimester affect a child's social and emotional functioning?
Well, particularly if it affects the frontal lobe, which is one of the areas that we would be looking at, it can affect their impulsivity. And as I said, children with fetal alcohol disorder, and there's 2 things. There's fetal alcohol disorder, right, which has characteristic facial features, which Mr. Horner does not have. And then there's what we call fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. And individuals with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder have significant deficits with respect to impulse control, judgment, rational thinking, being able to kind of consider alternatives. And that's what in my opinion, we're seeing with Mr. Horner.
Are there any secondary diagnoses that are more prevalent for those with who have been exposed to alcohol in utero?
Well, ADHD is definitely one of them.
Is there a correlation between alcohol exposure and autism spectrum disorder?
There's no causation. That the research has not shown any, for example, that alcohol exposure causes autism spectrum disorder. However, many children with fetal alcohol exposure and fetal alcohol symptoms, they have autistic traits. So one of the questions is, both of the diagnoses can exist independently, but children who have fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, children who have fetal alcohol syndrome can have autistic traits and have a higher percentage of autistic traits than the general population.
So is it correlative, not causative?
Definitely not causative. There's some correlation. Not between the disorder, but autistic traits.
Dr. Ryan, one of the things that you had mentioned earlier was talking about, I believe that you said a causative effect of all of these diagnoses and how they kind of built upon each other.
Compounding effect.
Compounding, that was the word. Explain to the jury how all of these deficits and all of these diagnoses can compound each other, because if you have 3 different diagnoses that all label impulse control, shouldn't that just be one impulse control issue?
No, because as I said, it compounds and creates more problems than if it's just each one individually. So for example, Mr. Horner tends to not only be impulsive, but to what we call catastrophize, or think about worst case scenarios and jump to the worst case conclusions. Depression, major depression, causes something that we call cognitive distortion, right? Which can make these kinds of thought patterns worse. So that would be an example.
Dr. Ryan, we have a lot of diagnoses here. Did any of these diagnoses cause Tanner to commit the offense to which he pled guilty?
No.
Did any of these diagnoses lead you to believe that Tanner was insane at the time of the commission of the offense?
No.
You understand that he did plead guilty to this case. Is insanity part of a guilt innocence, or would it be part of the mitigation?
Well, it would be the guilt innocence, because one would do an evaluation to determine whether someone met that threshold for insanity, which would be that you didn't know the nature, character, or consequence of your act, or didn't realize that it was wrong. If that were the case, then it would go to an insanity trial, not a mitigation, not a sentencing hearing.
So just to put it in layman's terms, when we're talking about insanity, one of the issues is knowing right from wrong?
That's correct.
And that's not why we're here today?
Right.
Okay. Did any of these diagnoses prevent Tanner from knowing right from wrong?
No.
So why is it important to look at all these diagnoses if they don't give rise to a defense or an excuse to the offense?
Well, I think that, in my opinion, these diagnoses indicate that Mr. Horner is a severely compromised individual, and that is mitigating in understanding how he was functioning leading up to the offense, and what kinds of factors went into him thinking the way that he was thinking around the time of the offense. And, there's lots of other aspects of it that a jury might find mitigating in terms of his childhood and development to get him to the place where he is now.
And so with these diagnoses, do you believe that they are important to help the jury understand his behavior during the interrogations?
Yes.
Or during the offense itself?
Yes.
What about during any phone calls after he was arrested?
Yes.
Would these diagnoses help the jury to understand why or how he wrote the letters that he did after or before his suicide attempt?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan, I want to talk to you about the evaluation of Mr. Horner. When conducting a forensic psychiatric evaluation, do you get personal information from the person that you're evaluating?
Yes.
Do you ask them the intimate details of their lives?
Yes.
Do you ask about traumatic events that may have occurred in their past?
Yes, I do.
Do you also talk about the facts of the case?
Yes.
Is it always easy for a person that you're interviewing to open up with you the moment you sit down?
It's not typical for them to open up the moment that I begin the evaluation, no.
Is it uncommon to not get the truth from the person the first time out?
It depends on the person, but it certainly can happen.
Is it, or do you find it uncommon that a person being evaluated might be less than honest about the traumas that they experienced?
Yes.
So why wouldn't a person just come out and say, this was my trauma, this was the bad thing that I did? Why is that so difficult?
Well, I think I would look at it in terms of neurotypical people and individuals with autism spectrum disorder. So even for neurotypical individuals, it can be very difficult to talk about traumas that happened in their lives. For example, sexual trauma, because they perceive it to be shameful. For someone with autism spectrum disorder, you've got the additional layering of difficulty with communication, knowing their own, basically knowing how they feel and being able to express how they feel.
Is that why it's so important for a clinician and an evaluator to build rapport with the person they're interviewing?
Yes.
Is rapport instantaneous?
Typically not, no.
So does it sometimes take several visits to develop that rapport with someone?
It depends on the individual, but it can. And it's not, excuse me, it's not so much rapport as, you know, a sense of, I would say, safety in terms of that person is less likely to judge the trauma that you might be revealing.
Is that one of the reasons why you spend so much time with the one-on-one evaluations?
That's one reason. It's also to, you know, understand about consistencies and inconsistencies with collateral sources and within the evaluation.
Dr. Ryan, I want to talk to you about the facts of this case. Now, during your evaluation with Mr. Horner, did Tanner talk to you about the facts in this case?
Yes.
Did this happen the first visit?
No.
Did it happen on the second visit?
I don't believe so. I didn't ask him anything about the offense on the first visit. I typically don't.
Well, why don't you ask anything about the offense on the first visit, typically?
Because that is often a very difficult thing for individuals to talk about, and I don't want to disengage or shut down the interview by asking about the facts in the first interview.
What do you mean by shutting down?
Not talking any further, or feeling so uncomfortable or so anxious that they don't provide the kind of information that I need to put the whole picture together. So there's a lot more information that I needed than just information about the offense itself in order to understand more about what happened with Athena, I needed to know about him. I needed to know what led up to this. I needed to know things about his background, all of that stuff. And I'm typically not willing to compromise that by jumping into the offense right off.
Do you find it more productive to wait?
Yes.
And talk about the offense later?
Yes, that probably would have been a briefer way to say that, yes.
I want to talk to you about what Tanner told you about the offense, okay? Did he?
Before she gets into that, because I think this is going to be heavy and probably irritate and anger all of us. So before we get into that, what I spoke about in the chat about about using the insanity defense applies in Colorado. In Texas, it's different. In Texas, a defendant must prove by a preponderance of the evidence that at the time of the crime, they suffered from a severe mental disease or defect and did not know their conduct was wrong. This affirmative defense requires proving they could not distinguish right from wrong rather than just acting on impulse. Okay? And the severe mental disease or defect, the defendant must show they suffered from a severe mental illness at the time of the offense, which generally excludes antisocial personality disorder. Now, I wanted to clear that up because it is important. They've used that term, knowing the difference between right from wrong, which is an element to the insanity defense in Texas, not in Wisconsin or Colorado. Because I remember talking about this with the Taylor Shabusiness case. Yes, Texas is basically its own country. Our rules are weird. Yeah. And I would agree with this assessment too. Amber said, Jonah's mom, I think the prosecution is just letting her talk. The more she testifies to, the more they can question her on. Exactly. I think there is a little leading going on. Jonah's mom, to answer your question, I agree with you there. I do think there is a little tiny bit, it's a fine line, but there's a little tiny bit of leading. But I think that, like Amber said, I think they're letting it go because the more she talks, the more they can question her on. And that is what they really want to get to. They want they want the door wide open for a wide cross-examination. That's probably not an accurate descriptive for the type of cross-examination, an in-depth. They want this. They want a wide scope. There we go, of a cross-examination. So, all right, let's hear what she has to say.
Tell you why he picked up Athena and placed her in that truck?
Yes.
And why did he do that?
She saw him snorting cocaine.
Dr. Ryan, you mentioned a word earlier that, and I cut you off on that one, but I'm going to bring it up now. You mentioned the word catastrophize. What does that mean?
That means immediately and with a lot of emotional valence or a lot of emotion, believing that the worst possible thing is going to happen, regardless of how minor the event might be.
You had the opportunity to see some of the video of the incident, and you reviewed some of the records related to the transcripts. Based upon your conversation with Tanner and the evidence in this case that you reviewed, is it your opinion that this was one of those moments that Tanner catastrophized?
Yes.
Why do you say that?
Well, there's more to the catastrophizing in a lot of respects is due to his autism, right? But layer on that his ADHD and his depression. you know, he immediately jumped to the conclusion that, that Athena saw him snorting cocaine, and so she was going to tell, and he was going to lose his job, which meant that he was not going to be able to support his son. He was going to lose his son, and that couldn't happen. And he's been sort of laser focused on his son for a long time. And his son was living with his fiance's mother, and he had limited contact with his son, and was distraught over that. And when he thought he was going to lose his job, that was going to be the end.
Was that a reasonable jump from point A to point Z?
Completely unreasonable.
All right, so now we know where the hypothetical BS question asked to Dr. Fritz, where that came from. I find this ridiculous on its face. In my opinion, what Tanner Horner really told her was an example of having learned the evidence against him, knowing that there was a video from the outside of the truck which showed him grabbing Athena. There was some video from inside the truck as well as the audio from inside the truck during the crime, not the incident, the fucking crime, the murder, the assault. Then there's video from after he disposed of her body and then proceeded to clean the back of that truck, make a phone call immediately to his boss and lie his face off. That's all he did. All he did was change one element of the story. They knew that he didn't back up and hit Athena because they had the video, and he knew that they knew that. So he changed his story. This is not an example of catastrophizing a fucking thing. This is ridiculous. It's insulting to the jury. It is insulting to us watching. And more importantly, and most importantly, it is insulting to Athena and what happened to her. This is absolute bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Sorry, I'm yelling. Let's keep going.
And is that jump from point A to point Z related to any of the other diagnoses other than the autism? Or is it just kind of a combination of everything that's been going on?
I think it's the compounding. I think that the autism was definitely a major component of that. But I think that the impulsivity that goes along with ADHD, the major depression, I think that he's also very emotionally reactive related to his own past trauma. But I think that in that moment, that catastrophizing around, she saw me using the cocaine, she's going to tell on me, I'm going to lose my job, that's the end for me, I'm going to lose my son, was what went into this.
So after Tanner has Athena in his truck, did he tell you what happened next?
Well, getting up to that point, there was, from what he told me, he didn't know what he was going to do initially. He was having trouble kind of thinking at that point once he was convinced that he was going to lose his job. because of Athena seeing him do this, he kind of didn't know what to do. And so he said that he, kind of said there's something in the truck and he was going to look for something. Do you want me to?
Well, I'm going to stop you right there for a moment. I want to fast forward a little bit.
Okay.
To Athena is already in the truck.
No. You want to fast forward because you want to get past the part where he, during his catastrophizing all of this and this compounding of the ADD, the ADHD, the autism spectrum disorder, all the things, right? Compounding onto him and impacting and influencing his thought process. He effectively, successfully lured a 7-year-old child into the back of that truck. Shut the fuck up. That's what you want to gloss over. Please. She already opened the door, for the love of Pete. Please, prosecution. Please kick that door all the way open the rest of the way and hone in on that.
Did he talk to you about assaulting Athena?
Eventually.
Did he deny it at first?
Yes.
So, did you believe him when he first denied it?
No.
Why not?
Because I had read the transcript and I knew, in my opinion, what had gone on in the truck. He had covered the camera so one couldn't see it, but from what the transcript was, I later heard the audio.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk.
But even before that, reading the transcript was enough.
So, at any time did you challenge Tanner on the lies that he told you?
Yes.
Was he eventually able to tell you what had happened?
Yes, to the best of his ability, I think.
Did he have any difficulty talking with you about it at first?
Yes.
What was his demeanor when talking about this?
It was the only other time that he had a similar demeanor was talking about his own rape when he was 10. He was halting. He had what I would call an autonomic reaction, which is very difficult to fake, the autonomic nervous system. He was flushed. His breathing was different than it had been before. His eyes were downcast in much the same way as he had talked about this other episode.
What did that mean to you as a forensic psychiatrist?
Well, independently as a forensic psychiatrist, not much, but in context with everything else that I knew and had spent time with him talking about, my opinion was that he was deeply ashamed, and that was a major factor in his lying and hesitancy to talk about what had happened. And I felt in talking with him at that moment, in my opinion, he appeared to be quite remorseful about what he had done.
Dr. Ryan, after this attempted assault, did he tell you about what he did to try to kill Athena?
Yes.
And what did he say about that?
In detail?
If you could just give us a brief overview.
Okay, he said that I should backtrack a little bit. You know, he was pretty clear that he did not decide to kill Athena until she was in the truck. And then he began to think, now I'm in even worse trouble than he was before. I think he described it as it snowballed into an avalanche. And he then said that he knew he had to kill her. And he tried to make it, as he put it, as painless and quick as possible. So he tried to, as he put it, I think his words were snap her neck. But it's not like in the movies, and it wasn't working. And so he attempted to strangle her. And he had a number of attempts to strangle her, which were unsuccessful.
Now, what did you make of the several attempts that it took? And of what significance did you place on that?
In my opinion, it was a combination of ambivalence and incompetence.
In this particular scenario, would that be consistent with sadism?
That was not my opinion. That he was deriving any pleasure out of her suffering. Actually, it made him more and more dysregulated.
What do you mean by dysregulated?
More distressed, more unable to think clearly, just having more difficulty thinking rationally than usual when he already has trouble with that.
Dr. Ryan, you had mentioned covering the camera lens. I have a question for you. If a person was trying to cover up an offense or prevent other people from seeing them committing an offense, would it make more sense to cover up the lens before you commit the offense or after you commit it?
Did you object as a speculation on her part?
Sustained.
In your professional opinion, is what I'm asking, is would it make more sense to cover up a lens before committing an offense if you wanted people to not see it?
I'll still object speculation.
Understood. I'll let her answer that based on her evaluations.
It would make more sense to cover it up before you did anything than after or in the midst of.
What does that tell you about Tanner's thought processes throughout that incident?
Oh, they're not linear, and he's not really thinking in a strategic manner in terms of the way that, in a strategic criminal manner.
And Dr. Ryan, you had started to tell us about some of the stressors that Tanner had been experiencing leading up to this event. And I wanted to go back to some of that, okay? Were you able to determine whether or not Tanner was under any significant amount of stress leading up to this event?
Yes, he was under a significant amount of stress.
And, Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
I agree with Sarah Bellum. I think the covering of the camera was strategic, and this is what I think. I think it was strategic in that I believe that it was because he kept doing it prior to the murder, around the same time every day. I believe that he did that I believe he did it to test the reaction from his job. How closely are they monitoring? Are they monitoring this at all? Does this camera even freaking work? That's what I think. And I think that he covered it I think he was testing it, number one. And I think that he also covered it I don't think he realized that there was audio. That's what I think. I'm curious. The prosecution made a face, and I just want to see it real quick. Let's see.
Stress, were you able to determine that last question? Dr. Ryan, I'm going to back up and ask my last question.
I'm sorry, that was a spontaneous cough, one I didn't feel coming. I apologize. I think that Tanner Horner is what we've been calling him this entire time. I think he's a predator. I think he'd been planning on and fantasizing about doing something like this for quite some time. I think that I think he made some tests. I think covering the camera in the several days leading up to Athena's kidnapping and murder, I think that was a test. I think that the pulling up and talking to he's not talking to a child. He was talking to an adult. Because you see where the mother comes from. She didn't come from inside the house. She came from around the side of the house. He may not have seen her. But as soon as she heard his voice, I think she came around. And then he started getting that nervous over-explanation, right? Because I think that was a test. I think he was seeing. And I think what he realized is, I think he liked the ruralness of that particular neighborhood. And I think that, unfortunately, a series of events aligned in the most awful ways that it was Athena Strand that day. Because if it wasn't Athena, it was going to be another child. It was definitely going to be another little girl. He is a monster. He is a pedophile. He is the worst type of monster. And I don't give a rat's fat kneecap how many well-educated, well-trained, experienced professionals they get up here to testify. I will not move off of that.
Our break, okay? And we were talking about the stressors that Tanner had going on in his life leading up to this event. Were you able to determine whether he was under a significant amount of stress just in the months prior to this?
Yes.
Is stress and anxiety different for a neurodivergent person versus a neurotypical person?
Yes.
How so?
Well, there are ways, of course, in which it's similar in terms of anxiety, worry, except one of the difficulties in about 50% of individuals with autism spectrum disorder is that they have significant deficits in understanding their own emotions and being able to express their own emotions. So there is the perception that they are significantly distressed, but they can't name what the emotion is. And that ends up being problematic because if you can't name your own emotions, it's very difficult for you to be able to understand what other people are feeling. And so it's also very difficult for you to regulate your emotions. So for example, if you're feeling depressed, if you're feeling sad, I'm not talking about clinical depression, but if someone's feeling sad about something, you might take steps to remediate that. Or if you're feeling anxious about a situation, you might either, for example, if you're feeling anxious about preparing for a test, you may study harder. You might, do some meditation or exercising. You've learned kind of what it is that you're experiencing and what you need to do to kind of improve your state. Mr. Warner doesn't have that capacity.
I want to talk about some of the stressors that were going on in Tanner's life at that time. Are these incidents documented in the report that has been offered into evidence in this case?
Yes, they are.
I want to talk about just a few of them that are noted in your report. In your report, you had noted that Tanner was having problems with his fiancée. Before becoming pregnant with Tanner's child, was the fiancée working and contributing to the household?
Yes, she was also working double shifts at times throughout most of the pregnancy.
Were they able to make ends meet at that time?
Yes, they had some financial pressures. They had a number of moves, but yes, they were able to kind of keep their heads above water.
So after Tanner's child and Tanner's son was born, was his fiancée still able to work?
No, she, and this is from the information that he provided, his grandmother provided, and his fiancée herself provided. She had a severe postpartum depression. And this lasted about a year, in which she was not working, and not only was not working, but was not really able to care for the baby adequately, and was spending most of the time in bed.
So even though she wasn't working, were they still trying to maintain the social lifestyle that they had while she was working?
Yes.
Did this cause problems financially?
Yes. There was a lot of, for example, almost all the meals were DoorDash or Grubhub kind of meals, a lot of money being spent in that way.
You had said that the severe postpartum depression had led to her staying in bed. Who picked up the slack while the fiancé was not able to take care of the child?
Well, Tanner, the coroner himself, was picking up some of that slack, but especially toward leading up to the offense, he was working about 6 days a week. And so very long shifts. There's the issue of after he took about a week off in May after he was very depressed and suicidal, and they switched his route so that it was no longer the route that he had in Azle, which he was very familiar with. And so that was a significant stressor.
And I want to get back to the problems at home, okay? Where were Tanner and his fiancée living at the time of the event?
They were living in the shed behind his grandmother's house.
Where was their child living?
Well, especially when there was, for a time the baby lived with them, but then when it got to the point where he might be starting to walk, or crawl, actually even crawl, they felt that it was a very unsanitary environment. Cassie was too impaired to be taking care of the house. I mean, the shed was bad enough even before. And the house, because there were limitations on his grandmother, I was told there was dog feces on the floor. It was extraordinarily unsanitary, and so the decision was made that the baby would stay with Cassie's mother.
And we're not going to talk about the names.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. It's you've spent a lot of time with these people, so I understand the slip, so that's okay. So at any point did Tanner, his fiance, live with his fiance's mother?
Yes, and grandmother and other people in the home.
So it sounds like they had a full house over there as well?
Yes.
After they had moved out of the mother's home and back into the shed behind his grandmother's house, did he have the opportunity to spend any time with his son?
Some, but not very much.
And what kind of impact did this have on his mental health?
It certainly contributed to him becoming more depressed, feeling more desperate. There were a lot of other things that happened around that time. As I mentioned, his route was changed. His contract was sold off to another company. The car broke down, which created problems.
So after he moved out of the fiance's mother's home and back home, who all was living in that home? Or I should say the shed behind his grandmother's home. Who all was living in that home?
Mr. Horner and his fiancée.
And in the main house?
His grandmother, his mother, and his brother.
Did they have any pets?
Many pets.
Based on your interviews with the family members and with Tanner, what was the environment there? Was it calm and serene, or was it chaos? Or somewhere in between?
It was very chaotic.
How can that kind of chaos affect a person who is on the spectrum?
Well, it can affect that individual in a number of ways. So first of all, there's the sensory issues that someone on the spectrum has. There was arguing, there was loudness. Then there is the need for, kind of sameness and routine that someone on the spectrum has, and that was definitely disrupted.
Dr. Ryan, you noted in your report that Tanner had also been having difficulties and issues with his own mental health. What kind of mental health issues was he having in the months leading up to this event?
Feeling increasingly anxious, and product of his severe depression, because shortly before the offense, Cassie had actually gotten a job. I mean, they still had, significant stressors. The car had broken down, and they didn't have their child, and they didn't have enough money in order to move out, and that was the whole thing, to move out, get their own place so that they could get their child back. So he was feeling increasingly hopeless, desperate, and anxious, in addition to the depression and then his baseline deficits in terms of how he deals with stress and problems.
Was it during this time that Tanner had the suicidal ideation of walking into traffic?
That was, I believe, around May, when he went to get mental health treatment. He told and I believe he told me, but in the record it was that he had told the person who evaluated him that the only thing that kept him from killing himself was his son, the thought of his son.
And Dr. Ryan, you had mentioned that Tanner's roots had changed and that was causing significant stress in his life. Tell me more about that. Why would a change of route on for a delivery man cause such stress?
His previous route he was very familiar with. He was very familiar with the area. He had essentially grown up much of the time there. He had a sort of routine in terms of how he would be able to deliver packages. I think the reality is his new route or route would not, it might have been a bit anxiety provoking at the beginning for someone who was neurotypical. It took him much longer to deliver packages. I guess from what he told me, the driveways were much longer on this route. He was much less efficient, and his workday was far longer than it had been before.
Generally speaking, how long does it take someone who is neurodivergent to settle into a new routine? Does it take longer than a neurotypical person?
Yes, it would take longer. And, one of the things that he told me was typically prior to his son, he would have quit his job. He wouldn't have been able to handle it. And he had left multiple jobs. Like one time, he left his job at Outback Steakhouse because the dishes were piled too high. Part of it is that he had to methodically clean every single plate a certain way, which is why the dishes piled up. But, he just walked out one day because it just got too overwhelming for him. The thing that kept him from doing that in this job was the recognition that he, as he put it, he needed to work.
Dr. Ryan, I want to switch gears a bit, okay? During your forensic evaluation, did you discuss any past trauma with Tanner?
Yes.
What role does past trauma play in a person's current life?
Well, significant trauma, we know now, does create brain changes, particularly childhood trauma, and can create a situation where that thinking and rational part of your brain, that frontal lobe, sort of is overtaken by another part of your brain called the amygdala, which is part of the limbic system, which is that emotional part of your brain. So that, you don't process threat, for example, in the same way as someone who doesn't have significant trauma. That you're much more likely to be super sensitive to threat. So I think that you take someone who's got autism spectrum disorder, ADHD, major depression, and has a significant trauma history, and you've got what I mentioned before, these compounding effects that when under stress, they're just not functioning in any way, even at their baseline, let alone what someone who's neurotypical would.
Is there a difference in how trauma or childhood trauma affects brain development versus maybe trauma that we experience later in life?
Well, the research shows that because brains are still under development, particularly in childhood, and even up to age maybe your early to mid 20s, that these traumatic insults have a more significant effect than they would, for an adult with a fully developed or mature brain. And the frontal lobe is the sort of last part of our brains to fully develop.
We have heard evidence today, or over the last couple of weeks, about Tanner's home life and about what it was like growing up in that home. I want to focus some more on specific traumas that Tanner had endured. Did Tanner suffer any significant traumas during his life other than just the basic home life that we've discussed before?
Yes.
What types of traumas did he suffer?
Well, there was severe bullying, which has been described. Bullying in school, bullying in high school. That is, we know, that is traumatic even for, if the bullying is severe, that's traumatic even for neurotypical individuals. One of probably the biggest trauma was a rape at age 10.
Were there any other traumas that you noted that related to his mother and his mother's drug use?
Yes. There are two instances where he walked in on her in the bathroom after she had overdosed. One time when I think he was very young, and I believe his grandmother and mother had mentioned that. And another time when he was older, whether he was around 12 or 10, I'm not sure. But he actually found her passed out and with her pants down, which was a very upsetting event for him. Passed out on the toilet, and he thought that she was dead.
What kind of effect could that have? I mean, finding your mother passed out on the toilet thinking that she's dead, how could that affect a child?
It's a very traumatic event. It would be traumatic for anyone, right? Let alone someone who has difficulty processing their feelings, being able to rationally think. I believe he went and got his grandmother, who fortunately was in the home, but just feeling completely powerless, not knowing what to do, and believing that his mother might be dead.
You talk about compounding effects of diagnoses. Are there compounding effects of childhood trauma?
Yes.
Explain that to the jury, please.
Well, your what I had mentioned before, your trauma can affect the brain in such a way that it's called you no longer have a top-down effect, where during stressful situations you're able to rationally think your way out of them. You're more on emotional overdrive, and your emotions are basically taking over. And the more traumatic events that you experience, the more of a deficit state you're potentially going to have. That situation is going to get worse. So I would say that that's what, there's trauma upon trauma. Now, there's a significant amount of trauma in his life that he was not able to express to me how he felt about the trauma. It was only with these very significant ones that he was able to express any kind of emotion or thinking about what was going on, because they were kind of overwhelming.
You had mentioned some of these traumas. One of the traumas that you had mentioned was the fact that Tanner had been sexually assaulted. How old was he when that occurred?
10.
What happened?
What he explained to me was that he and two other kids were setting little brush fires in a field and peeing them out. And one of them got out of control and came close to the house. It was put out by the landlord of the property and somebody else. And his mother afterward told him to go over and apologize to the landlord, who he went over there and subsequently was raped by the landlord.
Were you able to corroborate Tanner's story?
Well, there was no witnesses to it, actually, but there was information that hung together with it in such a way. First of all, it was how he narrated the event to me. He was deeply ashamed. He kept saying that he didn't want anyone to know. He didn't want his mother and his grandmother to know. They would think that he was gay if it was revealed. As I said, he was very distraught as he told me about this. He said that for about 2 years after this, he struggled with a lot of symptoms of PTSD, intrusive thoughts, nightmares. He also hated to go to the bathroom, hated to defecate because he didn't want to wipe himself because it reminded him of the abuse, it was anal intercourse. And so he would hold his stool. He didn't want to go to the bathroom in school. He only wanted to use his own bathroom at home. And so consequently, he became constipated. There was and his mother and grandmother did indicate that he had some trouble. They were kind of vague with constipation and smearing. That's a problem with kids who hold their stool. They end up having some leakage from around the hard stool. And also there was a medical record when he was about 19 that indicated that he had significant bleeding from hemorrhoids and had gone to the emergency department for this. Now, constipation is a major, you got to think in a 19-year-old, what would be the cause of that significant hemorrhoid and rectal bleeding? Hemorrhoids would be one. There are much more serious disorders like cancers, whatever, that were ruled out.
Dr. Ryan, I want to switch gears again. During your
Amber says, IDK, dude. His teacher testified that he was pretty proud of his poop. Also, there would have been other things noted in the record, the medical record, if they did testing. There is physical damage that can be seen without any testing. I'm going to leave it there. Shamina, this is a forensic psychiatrist who evaluated Tanner Horner for the defense. She is basically their mitigation expert. That is why they retained her in the first place. I don't know if this will work, but let's try. If not, I'll type it in the chat. Oh, it works. Okay, perfect. Anyway, that's who's testifying. She is there. She evaluated him and is the expert for mitigation evidence. And Jonah's mom sent me a gift. Thank you. She sent sunshine. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, babe. Thank you. Yeah, I I mean, I'm always torn when it comes to these things because I have no doubt that she is an expert in her field, that she's highly educated and well trained. But I mean, I gotta call it like I see it. I disagree. And now I'm a lot, I can listen to a witness's testimony and not agree with their opinions and their findings. And in this case, I do not. I feel it reminds me a lot, although she's far better at testifying than Dr. Dorothy Lewis. And Dr. Dorothy Lewis, the thing about her that was such a conundrum is, in her prime, when she first started out, her field of study and expertise was really children in the criminal justice system and what should be done with them. And she had a lot of very forward thinking, cutting edge theories as it relates to children and basically an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, that there are things that can be done early on to that would help stop, if there was early intervention, that some of these children would never have wound up in the criminal justice system. And that's really a shame that her last, and now probably the case that people will remember her for, sadly, is Letitia Stout. Now, I will say this. When it came to her dissociative identity disorder study, one of the criminals that she evaluated and ultimately diagnosed as having dissociative identity disorder is Ted Bundy. If you are interested and you haven't seen it, if you can, it used to be on HBO Max. I don't know if it's still there, but it's called Crazy, Not Insane. And she talks about her experience with Ted Bundy and why she ultimately diagnosed him as having dissociative identity disorder. It's actually a fascinating documentary. Really, it is. It's just really sad that I will now always and forever associate her with Letitia Stout.
Your interview with, or let me back up, in preparation for your interview with Tanner, did you review?
To pause, not mute. Jonah's mom said, "My cousin called. They're on their way to pick my boy up. The vet said he did very well." Yay! Thank you for updating us, babe. That's great news. It's just sad that this is like and also, I believe her testimony, which I find interesting, is that she does not do any standard testing like the MMPI. She didn't do that. So that is also interesting to me. If I understood her testimony correctly, and I might have been mistaken about that, because when it's a nuggy day, and today was a nuggy day, obviously she comes first. And so if she needs something or wants to talk to me or whatever, of course, I'm not listening to the trial then. And so I've missed some pieces. There's parts I'm going to have to go back over to after this is over. But anyway, there you have it. All right, here we go. Oh, also, just before I forget, because I know at the end I'm going to be tired and I probably will forget. Remember, we were talking about Corey Richins. The judge has made a final ruling. He denied the defense's request to delay the sentencing hearing until June. So it is on schedule for May 13th, 2026. We will all be there. I shall be streaming it. And I think because this is going to go till May 4th, plus we don't know how long they're going to deliberate, I'm thinking, remember how we talked yesterday about going back over, about like rewatching some old trials, knowing, what we know now and watching it over. I think we might be doing that in between when this trial ends and Corey Richens, and then whatever trial is going on. Hey, Sharp Family Switchblade says, excuse the blunt comment. Since the DNA testing, it was mentioned the amount of female DNA in the stool Tanner claims he was cleaning, along with his own vomit in the back of the truck. I think there's probably another comment. And then, because I'm sure that was all 150 characters. So now I'll let Sharp Family. I will say this, just to the part about along with his own vomit. Yes, Tanner claimed he was cleaning feces, but yet, and also he claimed he was cleaning his own vomit. However, the way that I understand the testimony and the evidence is that there was no evidence of him vomiting. I believe that the vomit was just an outright lie.
The interrogation videos?
Yes.
I believe it was an outright lie, because what he really wanted was to have the same truck on December 1st. And so he called immediately after disposing of Athena's body in the river. The next thing he did after cleaning was he called his employer to request that he had he called his employer saying that the whole truck smelled like vomit, because what he really wanted was an opportunity to have that crime scene with him the next day. I think for multiple reasons. I think probably reliving what happened, number one. I think probably, and also controlling the crime scene to make sure he didn't miss anything. And yeah, so Sharp Family continues. He's saying he raped her behind, and now, in my opinion, leads me to believe he reenacted his own traumatic experience, if any. Opinions at Word Case Study. This is what I think. I think that there was an attempt at assault that wasn't fully completed. And I say that because based on the medical examiner's testimony, there was no physical injury to her in that way. And I'm not censoring what I'm saying because of YouTube. They're going to do what they're going to do. I'm censoring it out of respect for Athena and the fact that she's 7. And anyway, just to make that clear for everybody, not just, I'm not, directing that at anybody specifically. I think that I think the reason that he killed Athena is because he wasn't able to complete the act at all. And I think that I don't know whether or not what happened to him, the story that he relays relayed to the forensic psychiatrist, is true or not. And here's the problem. When you are a liar, and I think it's well established that Tanner Horner is a liar and has lied his face off, and typically the lies that he tells, they're self-serving lies. They're lies to prevent the cops discovering where he from discovering Athena's body until he was ready for them to discover Athena's body. And they're all self-serving lies. There are lies to prevent him getting caught. They're not just, it's not like he's a pathological liar, like he has to lie. It's a choice. He chooses to lie. So with that being said, it's very difficult for me to believe that actually occurred. That's the problem. I think that Tanner Horner is quite simply a pedophile predator. I think that he fantasized about kidnapping and assaulting a young girl for a long time. And I think he did and exhibited many behaviors that showed he was working up to that. I think that him covering the cameras around about the same time every day, I think that was a test. I think what he was doing was testing to see how much his employer was actually paying attention to that camera. I think he was likely testing also to see what exactly that camera did. Was it just video or was it audio and video? I think that the truth of the matter is, I think Tanner didn't know that it recorded audio as well. I think he believed that it only recorded video. And so I think when he covered the camera, he thought that he was actually covering the crime. That's what I think. I think that he, even though the defense stopped her from really going into detail about what Tanner did what he said he did to get Athena into that truck. She stopped short, but what she said before she was cut off by the defense was that he told Athena that there was something in the back of the truck. I believe, and I believed this from the very beginning, that what he did was he used the package. I think he showed her the package. I think he said to her, I have another package in the back of the truck. It's too heavy. Can you help me? I don't believe for one hot second that Athena saw him using cocaine and that he, to use the forensic psychiatrist's term, catastrophized a damn thing. I don't think that happened at all. I think his lies are no different than the lies that Letitia told, the lies that Susan Smith told, the lies that Diane Downs told. All of those monsters are that they are self-serving lies. They're lies to prevent the truth from coming out. That's it. That's all. It's a monster. Exactly, Amber. He could have. Amber said, I also think his choice of timing is interesting. 4 p.m., right when the kids start getting home. He could have tested it at noon, but he didn't. Exactly. It was done with a purpose. It was all leading up to. Now, I want to be clear about this part too. I personally believe that the crime, the kidnapping of Athena was opportunistic. But make no mistake, it was going to be another little girl. I just think that everything aligned in the most horrible way for it to be Athena that day, but it was going to be someone else. This is another excellent point. According to Rebecca from WFAA, she followed him back to the truck and he picked her up and put her in the back. She didn't catch him doing anything. Exactly. And also to your point, Maggie May writes, says, what 7-year-old would even understand that anyway? No 7-year-old would. Exactly, Amber. Quote, why did you take me? Because you were pretty. You know that. You know that? I'm not, yeah. I believe that Amber, I don't know that she watched that video either. I believe that she read the transcript like she said. And when you're reading the transcript, just like this, why did you take me? Because you're pretty. You know that? You can read it like, why did you take me? Because you were pretty. You know that. Or because you were pretty. You know that? Like that. You can't read, I can read that text different ways. The implication is still there, but tone does matter. You know that? Or you know that? Also, he lied about, here's the thing. He lured that child and he was nice to her. There is that haunting picture of her. It's a still from the video from inside the van when they are driving away from Athena's house. And he waits until he gets her far away enough for him. And then he changes his demeanor. Then everything changes. But up until that point, he's calm. He's nice. He's doing everything that he can think of to put her at ease, which is a freaking predator.
I think we can agree that during those interrogation videos, there were a lot of lies that Tanner told.
Yes.
He lied to the FBI officers. He lied about not knowing anything about the abduction. Lied about where he hid Athena's body. And he lied about several other things. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Based on your training and your experience as a forensic psychiatrist, why do you think he lied?
To stay out of trouble.
Was that uncommon?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about what we see in some of those interrogations. There was, just going to come right out and ask, I'm going to talk to you about Zero, okay? Does Tanner meet the criteria for multiple personality disorder?
Well, it's called dissociative identity disorder now, but no, he does not, in my opinion.
So how do you reconcile this with the interrogation where he's claiming to have this alter ego named Zero?
In my opinion, I think that the police did an excellent job of making him more comfortable. I think that he wanted, in my opinion, I think he wanted to confess, and this made it easier to do so as sort of a third person rather than, himself.
Dr. Ryan, did you hear the testimony of Dr. Fritz regarding her experience with level 1 autism patients and speaking about themselves in the third person?
I think I'm not sure that I did about that. I tried to watch some of it, but I had some connectivity issues, and I didn't see all of it.
Well, in your practice, and based upon the patients that you have observed, do you find that it's easier for them to speak about themselves in the third person?
Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's easier to do that and kind of distance yourself from it.
What do you mean by distancing yourself from it?
Distancing yourself from what happened. kind of moving closer and closer to, taking some responsibility.
Oh, for the love of Pete, cut that crap out right now. Ted Bundy did the same thing. You can hear it on Netflix in the Ted Bundy tapes. He refers to himself as in the third person as the killer. That has nothing. You know why he did it? Because Ted Bundy is a fucking psychopath who wanted people to sit around after he was dead because he got the electric chair in Florida and wonder, why did he speak that way? Why did he use the third person? It was a bullshit game, mind game. That's it. That's all. Get out of here. I'll tell you who Zero is. Zero is Tanner. That's the real Tanner. Just like in Primal Fear, there's no Marty counselor. What was the guy? What was his character's name? Damn it. What was the alter? Roy. There was no stuttering Marty. There was no shy Marty. It was always Roy, just like it was always Zero. Zero is Tanner. Just playing games. Fuck off, lady.
Do you think that Tanner actually believed that the officers were buying his act?
Yes, I think he believed that they were because of his deficits in perspective thinking. I mean, I think that anybody who would have seen that video would have known that it was not legitimate. But if they knew anything about dissociative identity disorder, MPD, but I think he believed that they believed him.
Does this go into what we were referring to as the theory of mind?
Yes.
How so?
Well, he has an impaired ability to recognize what other people are thinking and feeling. And that is related to the autism spectrum disorder.
Highly, highly, highly disagree. I think that he just simply doesn't give a rat's fat kneecap. He doesn't care, because I say that he exhibits signs of an antisocial personality disorder, which is what a psychopath and a sociopath are. That's it. That's all. And so to your whole testimony, I say this. Hold on a minute.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
The only credit that you shall receive is 2 points because you said you spoke highly of Ranger Espinosa. That's it. It's the only part of your whole spiel today that I have agreed with. Ranger Espinosa is wonderful. The end.
Many individuals with autism have that problem.
In your experience, do you ever find that when someone who is on the autism spectrum is being questioned or pressured into giving an answer, do they ever just give an answer to make it stop?
Yes, I mean, not even, you don't have to have autism spectrum disorder to do that. People can do it who are neurotypical.
During your evaluation of Tanner, did you find this to be true with him?
At times, I'm trying to think of specific times, and I'm blanking at this point, but yes, if there were times, particularly around the offense, that I ended up pressuring him, I'm sure. And then, the question comes up then, how comfortable was I with the fact that what I pressured him into potentially saying was actually accurate? reliable and accurate. And then that comes up with putting it together with the totality of everything else that I had in terms of the evidence that I saw and, you know, the rest of the evaluation.
As a part of the records that you reviewed in this case, did you have the opportunity to review the letter that Tanner wrote to Athena Strand's parents?
Yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit about that letter. You had mentioned before that about autism and people on the spectrum being able to show their emotions. Explain to me and explain for the jury, now, can someone with autism feel emotions?
Yes.
Do people that are on the spectrum have difficulty expressing those emotions that they feel?
Yes, they can.
And is that kind of what we call alexithymia?
Yes.
What, explain what alexithymia is.
It's a trait that of being, and about 50% or more of individuals with autism spectrum disorder have this, of being unable to understand and express your own emotions.
Based upon your evaluation of Tanner, do you believe that he also dealt with alexithymia?
Yes.
When you made that observation, at the time, did you have the report from Dr. Fritz, who also noted alexithymia?
No.
So your conclusions were independent of each other?
Yes, I didn't get her report until after my evaluation and prepared my report.
So how might someone with alexithymia present to another?
In what situation?
Well, what I'm getting at is, you said that they had difficulty expressing their emotions.
Right.
When someone has difficulty expressing their emotions, is it possible for the emotions that they do express to be misconstrued?
Oh, yes.
How so?
Well, you know, throughout Mr. Horner's life, and I observed this during the evaluation, he interacts with people in ways that are off-putting, in ways that can be perceived as, for example, arrogant, as a know-it-all. That's just a couple of examples. But his ability to perceive what others are thinking of him is very disturbed. Now, I want to explain that this alexithymia is not an all or none thing, right? And his ability to recognize his emotions and express them would be improved under conditions that are more structured, for example, and less emotionally dysregulating.
So getting back to the letter that Tanner had written to his parents, in reading that letter, how can you gauge what is a true expression of emotion?
You know, I think when you read that letter, when I read that letter, I read it kind of in two ways, right? As a non-psychiatrist and as a psychiatrist who has a lot of experience with individuals with autism spectrum disorder. As a regular person, there's elements of it that are pretty kind of infuriating in some ways. It seems like he's making excuses for himself and you know, you say, like, what in the world? You know, this isn't the place for this. On the other hand, having spent so many hours with him and recognizing how he moves through the world, in my opinion, he was expressing remorse. He felt genuinely awful about what he had done. He recognized as much as he could that he had brought pain to parents because he is a parent himself. And in my opinion, that was as far as he could go, and it was genuine that he felt terrible about what he had done and wanted to express that.
Was that feeling consistent throughout your interviews with him when he spoke about the event?
When he spoke about Athena and the event, yes.
And Dr. Ryan, I promise I'm almost done. I just have one other issue area that I want to get into with you, okay? What is the AAPL?
That is the American Academy of Psychiatry and the Law.
What do they do?
Well, it's an organization, basically, of forensic psychiatrists, and forensic psychiatry is the is the clinical and scientific application of psychiatry to legal questions and issues. So this is an organization of forensic psychiatrists, and they are involved in teaching, education. Their mission is to, one of their missions is to promote a high standard of forensic evaluation.
Do they publish guidelines related to forensic evaluations?
Yes.
Are these mandates?
They're not mandates, no. They're guidelines, recommendations to assist psychiatrists in performing a variety of types of forensic evaluations: insanity, competency to stand trial, civil evaluations, capital evaluations.
So are these basically just a set of best practices for forensic psychiatrists to use when doing these enumerated evaluations?
Typically, yes.
And typically, should a person, or should a doctor who is doing one of these evaluations follow those guidelines?
Yes, I mean, there certainly can be deviations, right? Because every evaluation can be somewhat different because individuals are different. But if you deviate substantially from the guideline, you should have a very good reason for doing so.
Should someone practicing forensic psychiatry for 20 or 30 years, should they at least be aware of these guidelines?
Yes.
When you conducted your forensic psychiatric evaluation of Tanner in this case, did you follow the guidelines set forth by the AAPL?
Yes. I hesitate because I've gone over them so many times with fellows that I'm teaching that I didn't read it before I went in to talk to Mr. Horner. But yes, I'm very familiar with them.
Dr. Wright, I want to talk to you a little bit about how Tanner has adjusted to his time in jail.
Counsel.
The judge is like, enough of this poppycock. How much longer you got, lady? It's damn near 4 o'clock. You know how I feel about that? I don't know. I kind of feel like it might behoove the judge too, and I think I hear he's going to allow it. There's a little bit more, and then I would guess cross is tomorrow. Maybe. Well, I mean, obviously it'll be tomorrow. I don't know.
He was in Wise.
I don't know if they're going to be finished today or not.
Dr. Ryan, how well has Tanner adjusted to his time in jail?
He appears to have adjusted well.
When he was in Wise County Jail, did he have any disciplinary infractions? Did he have any write-ups?
I believe that there was an incident where he was hitting a wall. I don't know if it was with his head or with his fist or whatever, and didn't stop when told, and so was placed in a restraint chair for a few minutes. I'm not sure if that was Wise or Tarrant County, actually.
So,
That was it.
During your time that you saw him in Tarrant County, did you review the records?
Yes.
And did he have any disciplinary write-ups?
I did not see any.
Do you believe, based upon your evaluation and what you have reviewed, do you believe that Tanner poses a threat to other inmates if sentenced to prison in this case?
I don't believe that he has a high potential for
Why is that?
any dangerousness. Why? Because, well, for a variety of reasons. First of all, his particular disorders make him much more likely to be prey than a predator in a prison environment. He doesn't, understand social cues. He acts in ways that would probably, piss people off in prison. Also, prison is a very structured environment with varying layers of structure. And also, he doesn't have a past history that would be compatible with being a major violence risk in a prison environment. And also, for example, his mental health, his depression, anxiety, that can be treated also in a prison environment. He is not going to have access to substances. Those are just a few.
You mentioned prey, not predator. What did that mean?
I think that he's much more likely to be assaulted than to assault prisoners.
You also mentioned structure. How important is a structure to someone who is on the autism spectrum?
It's very important, and that lack of structure was part of what kind of brought him to the point that he was at. Lack of routine, lack of structure. Structure is very important, and prison is a very structured environment. He'll know there'll be routines, and he'll know what those are.
Do you feel that someone who is on the autism spectrum would be able to function properly in a structured environment such as prison?
Yes.
You had mentioned that you had looked at his history. Did Tanner have a history of violence?
He had a history of some assaults. They were more, kind of flailing out in response to bullying, for example. There was an incident where I believe he got into an altercation and spit on someone's car. There were, fights in high school. Of course, in school he was very badly bullied, but they were not major violent episodes where he seriously harmed anybody.
Well, Dr. Ryan, what I'm getting at is when Tanner had these episodes or incidents, were they instances of him being aggressive or were they instances of him being reactive?
More reactive. And his aggression has been mostly toward himself.
The last thing I want to talk to you about are some of the other diagnoses that may or may not be at issue in this case. First of all, what is psychopathology?
Some people consider it to be the study of mental disorders. Other people just see it as mental disorders, mental pathology.
So is psychopathology the same as psychopathy?
No.
Is there a diagnosis in the DSM for psychopathy?
No.
I want to talk to you about antisocial personality disorder. Based upon your review of the records and your evaluation of Tanner, does he meet the criteria for antisocial personality disorder?
He does not.
Why do you say that?
Well, in terms of what the criteria for antisocial personality disorder is, a persistent pattern of violating the rights of others. You have to, at least you don't have to be diagnosed with conduct disorder before the age of 15, but you have to meet those criteria for conduct disorder, and he does not.
Explain to the jury what a paraphilic disorder is.
A paraphilic disorder is a disorder in which an individual has persistent sexual arousal to something or someone other than consenting, mature individuals.
Was there any indication in Tanner Horner of a paraphilic disorder?
No.
Does sexual sadism fall under a paraphilic disorder?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that what we saw in the video did not constitute sadism. What about sexual sadism?
In my opinion, it did not. No.
Why not?
Well, in my opinion, he was not aroused in any way by her suffering, by Athena's suffering. He, in my opinion, the multiple attempts were more, as I mentioned before, related to his ambivalence and his incompetence at doing what he was trying to do.
And lastly, doctor, I want to ask you about pedophilic disorder. What is that?
That is a paraphilia, one of the paraphilias, persistent sexual fantasies, urges, interests, lasting at least 6 months or more toward prepubescent children.
Did Tanner meet the criteria for pedophilic disorder?
No.
Why not?
Well, there's no indication from anything that I've read that he had a sexual attraction to, there was no child pornography in any of the discovery. This, in my opinion, was a horrible, an aberration.
You know, if you're going to get up here and pontificate about what Tanner Horner does or does not have, it would, especially if you're going to correct the attorney on the misuse of the word multiple personality disorder, and recognize that it's no longer called that, then I'm going to need you to stop using that antiquated term and call it what it is. It's child sex abuse material. Okay? If it's important, and if it's important to you to correct the attorney when she used an antiquated diagnosis of multiple personality disorder, and you wanted to correct her and tell her, we don't use that anymore, it's dissociative identity disorder, then I'm going to need you to use the correct term here. Call it what it is. There's a reason that they changed it, because the term pornography implies consent, and children don't consent to that shit. So call it what it is.
Event, and he did not have a history of an attraction to children.
I'll pass the witness.
What are people are telling me I need to see? Okay, so we'll come back in the morning and finish with Dr. Brian. The van is on its way. They're saying probably around 5 o'clock, so I think I'm going to get you out of here in time. Okay? So enjoy the afternoon. Stay safe. We'll see you in the morning.
I'm so disgusted with this whole thing. Like, this whole doctor's bullshit. I'm over it, man. I just feel that somebody that works in the capacity in which she works, she ought to be using the correct term. And I realize that they don't want to. I realize that maybe it's possible that it's an intentional decision not to use the correct term because it is it's an accurate description for what is actually occurring in that material. So I guess, if you're trying to mitigate for a defendant, that maybe you would choose not to use that term. However, I will argue that I would say that first of all, I find it interesting that the very first witness that they put on the stand literally told the jury to be wary, not quote, it's not a direct quote of testimony, but the gist of the testimony was to be wary of or leery of any expert that gets up there to testify about whether or not Tanner Horner or any defendant for that matter is a future potential threat. So, which is it? Why would you ask your witness that question after your first witness basically testified that people are going to people, and there's really no concrete way to absolutely determine what an individual is going to do in the future? So what is the point of that? That was like stupid. Okay. And also, I think the biggest indication that he is a pedophile is the fact that he kidnapped and sexually assaulted a 7-year-old girl. Unless I only have a GED over here, good enough diploma, but I'm pretty sure that 7 years old is prepubescent. So just because he didn't have any of that material on his phone or on a computer or on a laptop, have you ever looked? There's the ignorant, I just can't even believe that she put those words in that order to form that statement. I'm blown away by that. I'm blown away by that. I'm over it. I don't care what kind of home life Tanner Horner had. It doesn't amount to a hell of beans when I know for facts that there are children who grew up in far better homes, but there are children who grew up in far worse homes. And that at some point you need to be, as an adult, you have to be accountable for, and you have to be responsible and make a decision about where your life is going to go, what you're going to do. Your life becomes yours. And what are you going to do with it? Are you going to break the cycle or are you going to repeat the cycle? We all have that choice. And he decided to do what he decided to do. So I don't care what he was like in first grade. I don't care what he was like in fifth grade. That doesn't matter to me. What I care about is clearly what he's capable of. He showed exactly the type of person he is and exactly the level of violence and depravity that he is capable on November 30th, 2022 in the back of that fucking FedEx truck. Okay? That's what matters. That's the issue at hand. The end. Exactly, Jonah's mom. Exactly. I wonder how he would feel if somebody did that to his son. The only thing that he cared about with respect to his son, he didn't want to spend a month with his kid. That his son hadn't been living in his home for quite some time. Now, whether or not, and this is another thing, and this, I hope somebody in the chat can answer me because I was a little fuzzy on this detail. Was the removal of their son a choice to have him go and live with her family, or was he removed like by a state agency? Because I'm and I'm curious about that. I'm curious about that. Whether it was a decision, a parenting decision, or it was a choice, or was it required? Was he removed? That's what I wonder about. Let me think. Was there anything else? You think that he was removed like by an agency? See, that's where it was fuzzy for me, because it felt like what her testimony was, and I'm not arguing with you. I'm going to have to go back and watch this. So I'm going to make a note of this, and we'll talk about this at the beginning tomorrow. Now I'm agreeing with the fact that he should be, that no child should have had to live in that filth. Not for 1 second, not for 1 minute, hour, day, month, week, year, none of that at all, ever. It was disgusting. So I'm going to go back and check that because I'm curious about that. Hold on, I'm going to cough, and I don't want to cough in y'all's ear. All right, so I'll make a note of that. I told you guys about Corey Richens. Her sentencing date is definitely May 13th. What else? I think that's it. There's no court on Friday. So we'll figure out. Well, I don't know what we'll do on Friday. All right. So I will see you guys tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Central, 11 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Mountain, 8 a.m. Pacific. Okay? All right. You guys have a fantastic rest of your Tuesday afternoon. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Oh, crafting and true crime. Oof. Let me see about that, because there's another case there's another trial that's happening right now, and I'm kind of interested in that one too. But before we go, come on, you guys. Unicorns and mermaids and pink hearts for Athena. Also, I know what I was going to tell you guys. Allie has a live, I think, that she's going to do tonight. She hasn't scheduled it yet, so I can't share it, but I'll share it on my community when she does schedule it. It is the body cam footage has come out in the, what is that case? It's I don't even know. This is why I don't say anything, because my brain, I should have said it this morning, because my brain is far less jumbled and buffering at 10 o'clock than it is after all today. It just came out. I'll share it. She's going to go over that tonight. It is the case where the young lady was pregnant. Her mom murdered her. Her mom and her dad murdered her and cut the baby out of her stomach with the intent of the mother wanted to keep the baby and pass the baby off as her own. And Park, Rebecca Park, is that it? Hold on, let me look. I feel like, yeah, I'm a fantastic true crime creator. I can't even remember the victims' names. Hold on. Yes. Yes, Rebecca Park. I got it. Was it her ex? See, I didn't follow this case as closely as everybody else did because there was something else at the same time going on that I was following. Let's see let me just, okay. Hold on. All right. So this is from December 21st, 2025. The sister of the pregnant woman who went missing and was later found dead without her baby told police that her sister's fiance allegedly confessed to killing the woman and that she and her sister's fiance were having an affair. According to People, Rebecca Park's sister, Kimberly Park, spoke with Wexford County authorities several times after her sister went missing in Michigan. On November 25th, just hours after her sister's body was found in the Manistee National Forest, Kimberly Park was arrested and charged with tampering with evidence, lying to a police officer, and filing a false police report. In an interview shortly after arrest, Kimberly Park told detectives that on November 4th, she was at Richard Fowler's home when he told her that he killed her sister and that, quote, something went wrong while trying to cut the baby out of Rebecca, according to the affidavit. In another interview with Lieutenant Chris Piscore on November 22nd, Kimberly Park reported that her mother and stepfather, Courtney and Bradley Bartholomew, hit Rebecca Park in the head, which caused her to have a seizure. When they were unable to revive her, a friend of Bradley Bartholomew picked up Rebecca's body and took it away, according to an affidavit. Kimberly Park also allegedly told investigators that she had been in a romantic relationship with Fowler. Courtney Bartholomew also admitting to having an affair with Fowler, according to the affidavit. Courtney and Bradley Bartholomew are both charged with first-degree murder, felony murder, torture, conspiracy to commit torture, assault on a pregnant individual causing miscarriage or stillbirth, conspiracy to commit assault on a pregnant individual causing miscarriage or stillbirth, unlawful imprisonment, and removal of a dead body. According to prosecutors in a press release, the couple lured Park to their home on November 3rd when she was 38 weeks pregnant. At the home, they allegedly tortured Park in an attempt to remove the unborn infant, resulting in the death of both. Wexford County Prosecutor Joanna Carey said, quote, this case involves a truly horrific homicide in which a young woman and her unborn child endured unimaginable suffering at the hands of the defendants. Kimberly Park is currently on house arrest after her bail was reduced from $750,000 to $5,000. Fowler was also released after being arrested on 2 drug charges in an unrelated case. The Wexford County Sheriff's Office has not said if Fowler is still a person of interest in Rebecca Park's death. So, yes. Her ex is now with the mom. So okay, let me see if I understand this correctly, Kelly. Fowler is with who? With Courtney, or is Bradley Bartholomew the ex? I'm very confused. Well, that's an older article, so let me see. That's from, hold on, like December 21st. Let me see if there's anything more recent. All right, this is from March 8th, 2026 at 11:11 a.m. All right. A judge has temporarily halted the release of Rebecca Parks' remains as the defense in the case against Courtney and Bradley Bartholomew argues they need more time to review evidence and conduct an independent forensic examination. During the hearing, the defense argued they are still receiving discovery from prosecutors and described the material as scattered, saying it places significant strain on their time and resources. Prosecutors responded that they are turning over evidence as they receive it, meaning both sides are continuing to get new information. Defense attorneys also told the court they recently learned the coroner's office plans to release Parks' remains on Monday. They objected, arguing they are entitled to conduct their own forensic review and are working to secure independent examiners. The judge granted a temporary restraining order preventing the release of Parks' body for 30 days. The court said the court order could be extended if the defense shows good cause. Attorneys were instructed to file any motions related to competency by March 27th if they intend to pursue that issue. A preliminary examination is expected to be held in mid-May, though a specific date has not been confirmed. The Bartholomews are facing multiple felony charges, including torture and murder in connection to the death of 22-year-old Rebecca Park and her infant. Let's see. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to go watch Allie and find out all about this. So if you're just as confused about the details of this case and who's related to who, let's all go over to Allie's tonight. I think she's going to do it at 8 Central, 9 Eastern time, and get all the way caught up and find out just exactly what is going on and all of the details, because clearly it ain't me. Not today. All right. All right. I'm going to put Allie's channel in the chat. That way, if you are not subscribed, get subscribed and you can go over there. Hopefully is that right? Maybe I used a capital. Hold on. I think I used, oh wait, there it is. Okay. There's Allie's link in the chat there. Go over there and subscribe. And I will see you guys over there tonight. All right. And I'll definitely share it out on my community wall. All right. That way, just in case you want to get updated. All right. And be over there and listen to all the facts and not my confusing ramble. All right. I'll see you guys later. Have a great rest of your Tuesday. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Well, I'll see you at Allie's, but I'll also see you tomorrow. All right. Bye.
Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got shit to do. Well, fuck you. About to live it up, I'm about to level up.
no militia. Finish her!
Minutes later.
We all do a little match sometimes.